So, hello and welcome to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice choose our next puppet. We're going to start by rolling for head shape, and we've rolled a 3, which means our snoz head pattern. And here we have the base puppet made out of foam. He's dancing, he's vibing, he's having a great time. And now we're going to roll for our colour combo. So we have 6 colour options and we're going to roll twice. And we have a 2 for green. And another 2 for green. Okay, very creative. So here we go, we've got a mixture of fleece and fur on the puppet to try and mix up the green a little bit. And now we're going to roll for our eyes. And we have 6 options again. So here we go. And we've rolled a 6, which means our pro eyes, which are hand painted and resin cast. They look really cool. And he is looking interesting already, isn't he? We've got to trust the process, we've got to trust the dice, and now we're going to roll for features. And we're going with 2d20 for the features because we have a lot of options. So here we go. First of all, we've rolled 18, which means roll twice. Yay! Didn't think that would come up so early. And the second dice we have rolled 9, which means ears. Okay, that's good. Here we go on our second roll, and what have we got? 8. Tongue. Okay. Huh. Okay, I was really hoping for something cooler than tongue and ears, but here we go. And here we have the finished character. Now, he looks really, really cool. It's definitely a design we wouldn't have come up with by ourselves at all. And it's definitely the quickest we've ever turned a puppet around. We managed to finish this in one afternoon, and it looks really, really cool. So let us know what you think. We hope you enjoyed this series. Thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next puppet project. First, we're going to roll for our head shape with 1d4, and we have a 1, which is our round head pattern. So here we go, we're going to draw it out of the foam. Cut, cut, cut. Cut, cut, cut. Glue, glue, glue. And there we go, we have our round head pattern with the mouth plate in. And now, we're going to roll for colour scheme. 2d6, and we have a 4 for yellow, and a 1 for blue. Okay. Blue and yellow. Okay. So these are the blades that we use to cut the back of the fur, just like that. And now we're sewing the head together. Shake it out. And there we have the yellow head on the blue body. Not a normal colour scheme, but we're trusting the dice. And now we're going to roll for our eyes. 1d6. And we have 3, yay! Blank eyes. I'm really glad we included that on the paper. These are going to add so much expression to our puppet. Just screwing them on in place. And look at that blank stare. Isn't that wonderful? And now we're going to roll 2d20 for our features. Here we go. So what do we have? A 9 for ears. And another 9 for ears. Yay! I'm glad we've rolled double ears. Well, we've got to trust the dice. They know what they're doing. We've got no eyes and double ears. It's giving very much none pizza left beef right now. And here we have the finished puppet. So except for the fact that he has no pupils, we are in love with him. The colour scheme looks really great. He looks almost like a Pokemon. I love the little cuffs that we have on his arms to match his body fur and his little posable ears flopping down. I think he's so cute. So what do you guys think? And thank you so much for watching. Hello and welcome to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next puppet. So, as always, we're going to roll for our head shape first, and we got a 1, which is our round head again. So, you know the deal, you saw this on Monday, but we're going to draw around our patterns in reticulated foam, cut them out on the bandsaw, and glue them all together. We're gluing in these little circles at the corners of the mouth so that they have little puffed out cheeks when they smile. And here we're cutting around the wooden mouth plate. And almost dropped it, but there we go. We have our puppet head. He's having a great time. He can't wait to be turned into something cool. And now we're going to roll for our colour scheme with our 2d6. And we have rolled our first 6, an orange, and our second 6, another orange. Why do these dice keep giving us doubles? We're moving on, we're trusting them. We're obeying the dice. Little cutting montage here. We're cutting out the orange fur. More cutting montage because I thought this looked cool. And now we're over on the sewing machine. Very exciting. Just groundbreaking entertainment here. We're trimming it a little bit. He's having a great time. And we have our puppet head. It's looking really red under these like studio lights, but he's like a dusty orange colour. And now we're rolling for our eyes. 1d6. And we have rolled another 6. Which means our pro eyes again, and I've shown you these before. These are hand painted and cast in resin and then attached through the foam of your puppet with this little bolt in the back. And here he is, nightmare fuel already, and I've been told that he was trying to hypnotize you during this shot, so do with that what you will. And finally, we're going to do our features roll, which is 2d20, and we have a 4 for pointy teeth. We finally get some teeth. That's very exciting if you're us. And a 15 for spines. So these are our 3D printed pointy teeth, and we're just hot gluing them in place. We wanted to give him quite a few because we felt like he's kind of a critter type puppet. And then these are our spines as well. We've gone with 3 down the back, and this is him. Now, disclaimer, we went a little bit feral in designing this. I don't know if it was the bloodshot eye or the fact we were finally allowed teeth, but we decided to go with like tentacles instead of hands. And he is just probably the most unhinged thing we've ever created. So the dice did the right thing. So what do you think? What would you name him? Put all your concerns in the comments, and thank you for watching. Hello and welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next puppet. And we actually have pink and yellow and orangey dice for a bit of a change today. So we're going to start by rolling for our head shape, 1d4, and we have rolled a 2 for the tall head for the first time, which we sometimes call the Derek head shape as well. We've shown you guys this before, and so we're just cutting out the foam and gluing it together. And one thing we do a little bit different with this head pattern is we actually put stuffing inside of the foam skull to just kind of keep its shape because it's so much taller. And there it is, the finished tall head. I'm excited to see what kind of puppet this is going to turn into. So we're going to roll for our colour scheme now with 2d6, and we have rolled a 3 for pink on the pink dice, and a 4 for yellow on the yellow and orangey dice. So the dice are being very pick-me right now. But we have loads of this gorgeous pink fur to use up, so I'm not mad about it. So we're just going to draw around the foam, cut the foam body out, and then glue it together as always. And this time what we're going to do is actually put some dress boning in the neck of the foam puppet just to help it again keep its shape and to make sure that it doesn't like compress over time. And we do this sometimes with like longer body patterns or if the puppeteer has particularly big hands, and it just helps the foam body keep its shape at the top. So now we're going to be sewing up the pink fur and cutting out the yellow arms. Why couldn't I think of the word arms? But as you can see here, the reason this head is so different is because the jaw is quite free from the rest of the foam, and so you can get some great expressions. But we actually sew this head shape very differently as well. So instead of using a pattern and then the sewing machine for the fleece, we sort of hand stretch it over, as you can see here, and then glue it. And then hand sew the seams so that they're kind of invisible, like you can see here. They just disappear, and so on the front of the face, there are no seams at all, like this. And we're just gluing the fur on. And now we're going to roll for our eyes. We have 1d6, and we have rolled a 4 for odd eyes. So this was a bit of a challenge. We couldn't figure out which combination to go with, but we ended up doing a 50mm flat dot eye with a simple pupil. Just screwing it on there like normal. And then the eye that we paired it with was this kind of jumbo bright cabochon eye, and we glued that in place. And it's very unique. It's very unique, very different. Only the dice could create a puppet like this, I feel like. So here we have the eyes in place. They're very odd, thankfully, so I'm glad that we went with this combination. And next, we're going to roll for our features with 2d20. So we have rolled a 2 for curly horns and a 14 for unicorn horns. So we've kind of got double features again. But these are the two types of horns. We have the curly ones here, and they look really different from different angles. They have some good movement in them, so I really like these. And this is our kind of medium-sized unicorn horn, and there we have the finished puppet. So this one was very unexpected, very, very fun, but it took so long. It took both of us about 5 hours to complete, so we really hope you enjoyed it. Let us know in the comments what you would name this creature, and look out this Thursday for the most exciting episode yet. Thanks! Hello and welcome back to a very exciting episode of Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next puppet. So we're going to start by rolling for our head shape, and we have rolled a 2, which is our burger bun. A burger bun head shape. Now, that's a little bit different than normal, but all will become clear in a minute. So we are carving a bun shape out of this solid block of foam, and we sped it up a little bit because you do not want to know how long it takes to carve foam puppets like this. So we were using the carving knife to get the bulk of the shape, and now we're going in with like much finer tools to get it smooth. And now hollowing it out to take out some of the weight and for a place to put your hand in, and we're just carving off all of the corners, and it looks like this. Like a bun, right? And now we're airbrushing it so that it looks more like bread. And next we're going to be positioning the eye. Now we have a cyclops eye and some bread. Do we have any idea where this is going? And now we're putting the 10.5-hour mouth plate print on the 3D printer, which printed overnight. And now we're cutting into the foam a shelf for the mouth plate to sit into. Now the mouth plate is going to be covered with a sheet of fleece, and we've gone with this very cookie butter coloured fleece. Sorry, I'm just making myself laugh now, but we're now going to glue it into place on both sides of the bun. And then we started making the fillings for the inside of the burger. So we had a lot of fun making these shapes out of felt to look like pieces of salami. And again, we sped up the sewing time because this took forever, but here we are laying them as the base of the burger. And next, a couple of layers of Gouda cheese. And after that, a layer of banana peppers. And next we cut strips of EVA foam, glued them to pieces of purple felt to look like red onions, or pickled onions you could say. And now we'll start assembling the sandwich and gluing them on in layers. And whilst the fillings all dried in place, we started airbrushing these pointy teeth because we wanted this puppet to have a slightly menacing look. And the final finishing touches of gluing in these little flakes of seasoning. And there we have the insides of a very infamous sandwich. So you may have guessed it by now, this is a custom created puppet for the Roll for Sandwich king himself, Jake from Adventures in Narnia. He's tagged below, you all know him by now, he is the genius behind the Roll for series. So we really hope you enjoy this puppet. We hope that you are looking forward to seeing it in some videos soon. Let us know what you think, and if you enjoyed seeing some really different processes in this video, like hand carving and the felt creation. We had so much fun pushing our creativity, and yeah, we're just so honoured to be able to create this puppet. So leave us a comment, let us know what you think, share this video with someone you know who loves puppets, and we'll see you Monday for another Roll For. Hello and welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. So we start by rolling for our head shape, and we finally rolled a 4 for our tiny head pattern. I've really been looking forward to rolling for this one because it's one of my favourite head shapes that we do. And there we have the finished glued foam head shape, and it's really small and really light and just perfect for petite puppets. And now we're rolling for our colour scheme. We rolled a 2 for green and a 5 for brown. And I feel like these two are going to go really nice together with like earthy tones, and we have a lot of sort of natural looking furs that I'm excited to use. So we're just cutting out the foam body and gluing it all together with our contact adhesive. And we're going to glue the fleece to the face again, instead of sewing it as a pattern on the sewing machine, because we didn't actually have a lot of this fabric left, and so we had to like make the most of what we had. So I'm hand sewing the seams on the back of the head with the Henson stitch or the invisible stitch, just to try and hide all of those, and then sewing up the arms on the sewing machine very aggressively, and then hand cutting out the body fur just with a blade. And there we have this very earthy kind of woodland creature. I'm loving how it looks so far, but now we're going to roll for our eyes, and we rolled a 1 for our cab eyes. So because this head is quite small, we're going with just our 40mm cabs, and then we're going to put in some 20mm red cheetah irises, because why not make it look demonic? And we're just fitting those in place with the bolt, and here we have the puppet with the eyes on at the moment. Going well so far, but now we're going to roll for our features. And we have rolled a 6, but we're just going to put a pin in that and come back in a second. We've also rolled an 18, and we have a chance to redeem ourselves with a double feature roll. So we are going to put 2 dice back in the tower, everyone. And we have rolled an 11 for a mustache, very interesting, and a 13 for spots. Now, whilst you watch the mustache being applied, we did roll 6, but we read it as 5. So instead of a flocked nose, we messed up, and we are going to give him fangs. I'm so very sorry. So he's getting these clear cabochons glued onto him for the spots, and here are the fangs. We were so tired, honestly. We had already worked like 12 hours at the point when we started filming this, so we were reading things wrong. But there we have it, the finished puppet with one slight mistake. We still absolutely love the way it looks. It's so random, and definitely not a design that we would have come up with without the dice. But there we go. What do you think? What name would you give this puppet down in the comments below? And he joins the council to judge your fate. See you on Thursday. Happy late Valentine's Day, and welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next project. We're going to start, as always, by rolling for our head shape, and we have a new addition this week, but it doesn't matter because we rolled a 2 again for our snoz head. You've all seen it by now, but we're getting our patterns out. We're drawing onto the reticulated foam, cutting, gluing with the contact adhesive, and pressing the foam together once the glue is dry. And there you have the finished snoz head shape with the wooden mouth plate and everything all in. And next we're going to roll for our colour scheme with some new additions again this week, and we have rolled a 6 for white and a 2 for pink. Now at this point you may be thinking, that sounds adorable, that's going to look lovely, well just hang in there. We're starting by pinning this curly white fur for the body. Then we're going to turn it inside out and sew it together on the sewing machine. This was really thick and hard on the sewing machine needles, but there we go. And now we're gluing this pink belly pouch in foam, which we thought again would look adorable. Cutting the fur for somewhere to insert it and then hand sewing it in place. Sounds cute, doesn't it? Well, it is developing. Stick with us, we're about to go on a journey together. But next we have to roll for our eye shape with 1d6, and we have rolled 6 for painted eyes. So we're getting some of our smallest cabochon eyes and we're going to paint them blue with our airbrush. Now the reason it's blue is because we thought that would work really well with like the pink for spring colours, and we chose these purpley blue irises to go with it. Okay? And a lot of you will be happy to know this one is getting eyelids because a lot of people were saying it was creepy without eyelids. Well, it's creepy with them too. But we're now going to roll for our features roll 2d20, and we have rolled 17 for eyelashes, it definitely needs them, a 19 for roll again, another chance to redeem ourselves because we rolled a 7 for flocked nose, the dice weren't giving up on the flocked nose that we missed, and a 5 for round teeth. So we have these loose lilac flock fibres, and we're going for a pastel theme with this whole puppet, gluing them onto the nose, safety first, and then we're shooting them at a charged metal plate. And this is what the flocked finish looks like. It's very unique. Screwing it into place, and then we chose just one single round tooth for a buck tooth effect, and here I'm cutting out the eyelashes out of foam board. And there we have the finished puppet. Now we can be honest and say this is not a puppet we are a fan of. We think it should be very ashamed of itself. I don't know what it's laughing for. The dice made choices, but now it joins the rest of the council to decide your fate, and we will see you Monday for hopefully a better... Hello and welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series where we let these dice design our next project. So we're going to kick it off by rolling for our head shape, and we have rolled a 3 for our melon head, which is actually a new addition this week. And speaking of new additions, we actually had a big foam delivery to the workshop this week, which is basically Christmas if you're a puppet builder. So as always, we are cutting around our reticulated foam and then gluing it together for the head shape. And this puppet is slightly different because we actually have a wooden mouth plate and a foam mouth plate to fit inside. So we draw the wooden one on top of the foam one to know where to glue it later. And there we have our puppet base. And I'm running out of time. We're now going to roll for our colour scheme 2d6. And we rolled a 2 for pink and a 5 for brown. So the base of our puppet is actually going to be this brown toned Fazelle fleece, which we are going to sew together with the foam inside the head. And then we're going to glue the wooden one on top of the foam one where we drew earlier. And for this puppet, we're also going to sew the fleece directly onto the body and then glue the top of the head in. And now we're just making these fleece-lined foam mouth strap handles, which we glue onto the mouth plate so that your hand feels nice and secure. And now we're cutting the holes for the dowel joints like this, which is what connects the arms to the body of the puppet. And then adding a few little pink faux fur accents to the cuffs and the neck of the puppet. Like that, what do you think? And now we're going to roll 1d6 for our eyes, and we've rolled 1 for cab eyes again. So we chose these galaxy cabochons and 3 eyes because we felt like this puppet was an alien and needed 3 eyes. Why not? And next we're actually going to roll 3d20 for our features because there were comments on last week's episode that the puppet seemed unfinished. So we rolled a 9 for tongue, a 3 for unicorn horns, and an 18 for accessories. So we're just gluing this little heart-shaped tongue onto the puppet, and then we needed to 3D print some new resin unicorn horns because we didn't have any small enough in stock. So once they've finished curing, we airbrushed them for a touch of colour, put them on the head, and then we moved on to the accessories. So we actually created this little bottle cap necklace, which we used to do for a lot of our puppets, and you just hot glue a bottle cap onto some cord, tie it onto the puppet, and we decided to add a little bracelet for them as well. And there we have the finished puppet. They're very much an alien. I love this colour combination together. I love their jewellery. I think they have a really great character. But what do you guys think? What would you name this character? Give it an unnecessary backstory? Tell us what you think, and it joins the council to judge your fate. We'll see you Thursday. Hello and welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And we have a special visitor in the workshop this week. Our dragon overlord has come to perform an investigation about the recent absences from the council. And he's going to be very unhappy this week because Order 1192 has adopted this puppet before they've ever even seen it. So this one's for you, and we're going to roll a 1d8 for our head shape, and we've rolled a 1 for our dinosaur head shape, which is another new addition. We really want to keep mixing it up and giving you guys new head shapes each week to keep it interesting. We don't want you getting bored, and so we're just doing the foam work, the mouth plate, and here is the finished foam base of our puppet. They're very friendly, and now we're going to do 2d8 for our colour scheme. We rolled a 2 for blue and a 7 for yellow. These are very complementary colours. A good start for us, I think. And so we're going to do the fleece work. We're going to cut everything, glue everything, cut the fur on the body, sew it on the machine, and then hand stitch the head. Now we're going to add this sort of yellow Mohican, and we're going to sew it in place so it's really nice and secure and fluffy. We're looking like a dinosaur rock star at this point. Absolutely loving this character so far. And now we're going to roll a 1d6 for our eyes, and we have rolled a 3 for dot eyes. So we're going to use these clear plastic baubles today and spray them up to show you guys a different way of making the eyes. We're going to give them some blue eyelids as well, just gluing them on. And these eyes are going to attach with a doll joint like this. And we're going to use these felt dots that we cut for the pupils, just to get a nice simple focus. Like this. This character is looking really, really fun so far. What do you think? And now we're going to roll 3d20 for our features. We have rolled a 20 for dealer's choice, a 16 for tail, and a 2 for curly horns. So we're going to make this blue and yellow posable tail with wire in it, attach it to the puppet with a doll joint. Just like that for a little bit of extra character. And these are the horns we're going to go with. We're going to have black horns this time to contrast the colours, and these are resin printed. And for our roll, we've gone with another accessory, another bottle cap necklace, because we just love making them so much. And here is the final finished puppet. We cannot wait for them to meet their new owner. Thank you so much for trusting us to make you a randomized puppet that you had never seen before. We hope you love it. They can't wait to meet you. And we will see you on Monday for another episode. They're saying goodbye to their council. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. Kicking it off by rolling for our head shape, and we have rolled an 8 for dealer's choice. So we actually have picked our small head pattern again, just because it's cute, it's versatile, and it's nice as a change from last week's jumbo dinosaur head pattern. And here's the little mouth plate, and here is the finished reticulated foam base with a nice round body shape too. And now we're going to roll for our colour scheme. So we're starting with an 8 for roll again, so we're going to have a few different colours here. And next we've rolled a 7 for yellow. And then a 1 for red. And finally we have rolled another 1 for red. So we're going to have double red with just a hint of yellow on this puppet. So we're cutting and sewing the red fleece. And then we're making these little matching arm rod pockets to go inside the hands. Gluing the hands together, and then we have my least favourite job, which always takes far too long, which is putting the hands inside the fleece arms. Then we're machine sewing the fur for the body. And then we're adding a little yellow collar onto the neck of the puppet, just like that. What do you think so far? And he's shaking himself to make the hair stand up on end. And now we're ready to roll for eyes. And we have rolled a 6 for odd eyes. So we decided to go with these big glossy pupils, and we're just pinning some test ones in place to get the size right. And there we have the odd eyes. I think he looks adorable. And now we're going to roll 3d20 for our features. So we have rolled an 8 for carved nose, stick with us, a 20 for dealer's choice, and 4 for pointy teeth. So we went a little bit wild with our carved nose. We knew that we wanted to do something big and something different. So we are just carving it and then spraying it red to match the body with a tinge of yellow on the tip, which kind of blended together to make this fiery colour. I think it looks cool. We're gluing it in place, and then we are hand sewing this patch of fur on top as another little mohawk as our dealer's choice, and then we're adding the pointy teeth, and here we have the finished puppet. What a character! The kind of design that can only be randomized. So much character, really, really cute and really different from anything we've created in the series so far. So we hope you liked it. What name would you give them? They join the council to decide your fate, and we'll see you Wednesday and Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And it's a very exciting episode today, thanks to Order 1195, who trusts us and trusts the dice to make you a puppet. So let's go. Starting with the most important roll, our head shape, and we have rolled a 5 for our round head shape, and you have already seen this before, but we're just going to cut the reticulated foam on the bandsaw and then glue it all together to form the head. And do let me know if it's getting repetitive and boring seeing the foam process each video. The cheek is going in here, and then we couldn't stop doing this. We're very tired and we found it very funny. But anyway, the mouth plate is going in, and here is the finished puppet foam base. What do you think? It's time for a colour scheme. So we're going to roll 2d6 for our colours, and we start with a 2 for blue and a 1 for red. So we got a great new fleece delivery in this week, and we're going to start with some of this really nice soft baby blue Nyla fleece. We're just cutting the darts into the head to then hand sew the seams. And then once I've sewn it, as always, I'm going to go over and try and blend those seams to make them as invisible as possible. A very happy puppet head. And now we're going to add some red features with these cuffs in red fur. And then I'm going to also hand sew on a little belly patch, just because it's cute. And here we have the puppet with its colour scheme. The blue and red is very, very cute together. And now we're going to roll for our eyes. And we have rolled a 6 for odd eyes again. So we're going to spray a couple of these bauble eyes white again, just adding a couple layers of paint, and they're going to be very different sizes. So we're just doing some gruesome head surgery at the moment. Fitting the eyes inside the fleece, gluing them, and then adding these different size pupils as well. Making sure it's all focused, and here we have the puppet with its eyes. Very, very cute, very expressive, and it's time for features. So we have rolled a 20 for dealer's choice. Oops, sorry, Mini Larry. And then we rolled a 13 for spots. And finally, another 20 for dealer's choice. So for our first choice, we're going to add these red fur eyelids. And then we're going to add a fleece pink tongue that sits just outside of the mouth. And then we're going to add our spots. This time they're covered in fleece, and then we're just shading them with some pencil to make sure they pop. And there we have the finished puppet. What do you think? We really hope you enjoy it, and thanks again to Order 1195 for trusting us to make this random puppet for you. It's on its way to its new home. It says goodbye to the council, and we'll see you Friday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And it's another very exciting episode as Order 1197 trusts us and the dice to design them a random puppet. So this one's for you, and let's start by rolling for our head shape, 1d8, and we have rolled an 8 for dealer's choice. So we're finally going to show you guys the bimble head shape, because we have because we haven't been able to yet in this series. So we're just cutting and gluing the foam together, which everyone thinks looks delicious, like a sandwich. Now I've never eaten foam, but I have eaten a packing peanut, and I will again. But there is the foam base for the bimble. It's a very fun Muppety type head shape, and we're now going to roll 2d8 for our colour scheme. We've rolled a 2 for blue, and then a 5 for purple. Very complimentary. So we're going to start with this beautiful purple stretchy Nyla fleece for the base. So we're just going to start by machine sewing the body, and then we're going to move on to the hand sewing portion on the hands. Hand sewing the hands, and then attaching the arms with doll joints. And then we're just going to add this little tuft of bright blue hair on top of the head to help accentuate the shape of the head rather than hide it. And there we have a very beautiful looking puppet. What do you think so far? I think it's ready for some eyes. 1d6. And we rolled a 2 for pro eyes. So we're just sanding down the resin edges so it's nice and smooth, and then we're going to attach it to this bracket inside the head to help position them. Like that. Voila! And then we're going to add these purple eyelids to help it blend in with the rest of the head and not look as creepy as some of you find the pro eyes sometimes. And there we have the colourful characters so far. I think it's time for features. So we're going to roll a 3d20, and we have rolled a 9 for tongue. Perfect. And then a 13 for spots again. I can't believe we've had spots so often in a row. And then 17 for eyelashes. So we're going to start by folding this little tongue in on itself to make a cute heart shape. Just place it in the tongue there. And then I'm going to attach these dainty false eyelashes with some super glue and just position them carefully. And then finally we're going to cut out these little abstract blue fleece spots and hand sew them onto the body and the arms of the puppet. And there we have the finished design. So what do you guys think? This one was so much fun to create. I absolutely love these colours together, and the purple is so vibrant. And it was great to show another head shape in today's video. So hopefully you liked it, especially Order 1197. Thank you again for trusting the dice. And they can't wait to meet you. So thank you for watching this video. We will see you Monday for another Roll for Puppet, and they wave goodbye to the council. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And we're going to kick it off by rolling for our head shape. We've rolled a 2 for our long snout head shape, which is this head's debut. You know what I mean. So we're cutting out the delicious looking foam, tidying it up on the bandsaw, and then we're gluing it together as always. And this is a really unique head pattern, so I'm excited for you to see the finished result. We have the body to match, and there is the foam base. She's looking prehistoric, and we love that. But she does need some colours, so we're going to roll. And we've rolled a 3 for brown and a 6 for pink. Completely unnecessary sharpening scissor shot. And now we're just cutting out the lovely pink nyla fleece and sewing it together for the head shape. And then we've got this mouth plate made of foam, which has to be sewn in, and look at my nails, sewn in to the head shape itself, which is a little bit different than our normal patterns. And then we thought this was really funny because it looked like a shoe. And then we're just going to turn it inside out, just like that. And then we're going to glue the wooden mouth plate on top of the foam one. Ah, this is going too fast. Then I cut out the fur. We sewed it all together, and then my nemesis stuffing arms, so I sped it up for you. And here we have the pink and brown. Ah, this is so cute! Absolutely loving this colour combination together. So it's time for eyes, and we have rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we get to roll a d20 for our cab colour. We did a 6 for mint, which is going to go perfectly with baby pink. Oh, look at my nails. So there we have the mint eyes, and then we're just going to add some little fleece eyelids, and then we spent quite a long time trying to find the right position for the eyes on this head, and they kind of look like a sloth there. It was really funny, but we did find the focus, and here we have the eyes. That's such a good colour. The dice knew exactly what they were doing. And now for our features roll, we have rolled a 4 for pointy teeth, 5 for round teeth, and a 15 for eyebrows. Come on, you can get them. And now we're just gluing the teeth in place, very much like a crocodile, giving swamp. And then we're going to add these little tufty eyebrows, hand sewing them in place, and they just look so expressive and so cute. And there we have the finished puppet. This looks like it was born in a cave. What do you guys think? The dice knew what they were doing with this one. Absolutely love this design. Give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory in the comments. They're agreeing, and then they join the council to judge your fate. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you Wednesday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And it's another very exciting episode today, as Order 1203 has trusted us and the dice to make them a random puppet. So this one's for you. We're going to start by rolling for our head shape. We've rolled a 5 for our round head. You all know and love this head shape. So we're just cutting the reticulated foam gluing it together with contact adhesive. Once it's dry, pressing it together to form the foam head shape. Then we're just gluing the mouth plate in, same glue as before, and there we have the finished foam base of our puppet. It looks great, but it's ready for some colours. So we have rolled a 2 for blue and an 8 for roll again. And then we've rolled a 5 for purple and an 8 for roll again. And finally, we've rolled a 3 for brown and a 2 for more blue. So the dice did choose violence. The dice said you need more colours, so we're going to mix it up and we're going to have these two-toned puppet arms sewn together, turning the hands inside out, and then a quick little time lapse of sewing the arm rod pockets into the hand, and then sewing all of that onto the wrist. And then we have this little foam patch on the belly which we are sewing some definition into. It could be abs, it could be a shell, whatever your imagination wants you to believe, and then we're just adding the fur and then hand sewing the head together. And then for our brown, we're going to add some of this fur onto the wrist of the puppet as little cuffs. And there we have it. There is our very colourful random puppet so far, but they need some eyes. And we've rolled a 6 for odd eyes. So we're just going to add these black pupils into our 50mm eyes, but they're very different sizes. And then cutting some purple fleece to stretch over the top as eyelids and then screwing them in place. And there we have the character so far. Take a shot every time I say, and there we have. Don't worry, it annoys me too. And now we're rolling for our features. So we rolled a 6 for vampire fangs, a 10 for ears, and a 19 for roll again. So now we've rolled a 1 for round horns, a 4 for pointy teeth, and a 17 for eyelashes. So we quickly put some round horns on print, which took about 3 hours, and in the meantime, we went to pick up a couple different varieties of eyelashes. Brought them back and decided on our favourite, and then we gently applied them and held them whilst they dried with the super glue. And then we're sewing on these little brown tuft ears, which ended up looking like space buns, and then the horns were ready to be sanded and dropped and put in place and screwed onto the bolt. And then it was time to add the vampire fangs, make sure they're clean, and then add the little pointy teeth as well. And there we have our finished puppet. They're kind of giving vampire cheerleader as well, which we really, really love. And the dice knew exactly what they were doing. So thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed it, especially Order 1203. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make your random puppet. We really, really hope you love it. They can't wait to meet you and fly off to their new home. They wave goodbye to the council, and we'll see you Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And we have another exciting episode as Order 1205 has trusted us and the dice to make them a random puppet. So here we go, this one's for you. Let's get started by rolling for our head shape. We've rolled an 8 for dealer's choice. And we're going with our long head pattern as a little bit of a change, because I don't think we've shown this since Rhubarb, which was like episode 4. Cutting and gluing the foam as normal, as you've seen many times before, but thankfully you enjoy, so you're not bored yet. Pressing it all together and then adding this little bit of foam to the bottom of the mouth plate, because that's going to be the bottom jaw. And here is the finished foam base for the puppet so far. A lot can happen with this pattern, so let's find out what colours we're going for by rolling 2d8, and we've rolled a 4 for green and a 6 for pink. I love the idea of these two colours together, so we're just cutting the hands and arms out of fleece, cutting the darts into the head fleece so that I can stretch it, hand stitch it, and hopefully hide most of it. And then cutting out this hot pink fur and sewing it together for the body. And there we have the finished puppet with its colour scheme. It's giving very much watermelon, I absolutely love it, but it needs some eyes. So let's roll, and we have a 1 for cab eyes, which means a d20 to determine our iris colour, and we have a 5 for electric, like that. Just gluing them into our 40mm domed eyes, cutting some pink eyelids and gluing them onto the eyes, and then we're going to attach the eyes onto the puppet head by screwing them onto these bolts. Just like that. And there we have the puppet with their eyes. Absolutely loving this like alien vibe we have at the moment. So now our features roll, and we have rolled a 9 for tongue, 17 for eyelashes, and 19 roll again. 10 for ears, and 2d20, dealer's choice. So we're going to start by gluing this tongue and sort of like folding it over to make it this lovely little heart shape. And then adding a little bit of definition with some marker pens. And now it's time for eyelashes, and I felt like they deserved some pretty dramatic ones, so I'm just super gluing them in place. Hot gluing the tongue into place in the face just like that, and now we're going to draw around some little ears. And these just looked so cute, pinched together in this green fleece. It was looking like an ogre to me. And for our first dealer's choice, we decided to give them this little Larry necklace. I don't know why we can't stop giving puppets necklaces. And then finally, we're adding some airbrush details to the puppet as well. There we go. So that is the finished puppet. Initially, we felt like it was going in an alien direction, but then it turned very much Shrek, and I absolutely love it. We hope you do too, especially Order 1205. Thank you for trusting us, and the dice, they can't wait to meet you. Thanks for watching, thank you for supporting, and they wave goodbye to the council, off to their new home, and we'll see you Monday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. Kicking off by rolling for our head shape, we have a 7 for the bimble head. We all know and love this head pattern, so as always, we're going to cut it out of the reticulated foam on the bandsaw, glue it all together, especially these little chubby cheeks. Just like that, and then we're going to work on cutting out the wooden mouth plate, sanding down any rough edges, and then we're going to glue it onto the fleece, and then glue that into the head. And there we have the finished foam base for the bimble with its nice round body, but now it needs some colours. So we have rolled a 5 for purple and an 8 for roll again, okay, double colours, and then we've rolled a 4 for green and an 8 for roll again. And then we've rolled a 7 for yellow and a 6 for pink. So the dice chose all the colours pretty much. So this is definitely going to be a colourful and very random puppet. So we're going to use yellow as the majority of this puppet, as we haven't really shown you a full yellow puppet before. So we're just sewing it all together like that. And then we're going to go for green arms with these purple posable mitten style hands. Because we were feeling quite creaturey with this puppet, not very human. We're just going to stuff them. And then doll joint them onto the body, just like that. They're having a great time. And then I'm carefully cutting the backing of this pink fur, drawing an S for sexy, gluing it on, and then hand sewing this little belly patch. And there we have this very maximalist puppet so far with all of the colours, and now it's time to roll for eyes. So we have a 3 for dot eyes, so we're going to spray up some more of the baubles, and we're going to epoxy in place some doll joints, like little stalks for the eyes so that they can attach into the head, and then we're going to add some green eyelids. Again, it's looking very creaturey, and we're just adding some pupils, and there we have it. Oh, just everything on this puppet, so let's roll for features. We have an 18 for faux feathers, a 6 for facial hair, and a 19 for roll again. And then we have a 12 for tail, a 17 for extra arms, and a 15 for facial carving. So the dice chose violence today. The dice said, more is more, you're going to have double of everything. So for facial carving, we have gone with this EVA lip that we're going to spray yellow and put just on the bottom jaw. And then we had to go and buy some pompous grass, I'm not sure what this is called, but it's a faux feather. Gluing those just behind the eyelids, and they're in this pink colour, so they're sticking within theme. And then we are sewing up all of the extra arms and the tail, which is wire posable and has this little purple tuft, doll jointing it all in place. And this puppet is very chaotic. And finally, a tiny little patch of purple fur for the facial hair. And just tidying up the mitten hands to make them as smooth as possible. And there is the finished puppet. So we trusted the dice and we trusted the process, and this is definitely not a puppet that we would have made on our own accord. It has double colours, it has double limbs, it has everything. But what do you guys think? Let us know what name you would give them and a detailed backstory in the comments, and they join the council to judge your fate. And we'll see you Wednesday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And we have an exciting episode today, as Order 1210 has trusted us and the dice to design them a new puppet. So thank you for your order. This one's for you, and let's get going. We're rolling for our head shape, and we have a 2 for our long snout head. As always, drawing around the reticulated foam, cutting it out, and gluing it all together, the forbidden sandwich. Pressing it together as it dries, because this is contact adhesive. And then drawing another S for sexy in the glue for the mouth plate. And now we're just making the little mouth plate straps, and then gluing them on to the wooden plate. So they're nice and soft. And there we have the foam base for the puppet. And now it's time to roll for colour scheme, I think. So we have rolled a 1 for red and a 3 for brown. So just grabbing our materials, we have this brown Fazelle fleece, which we're going to use as the base, just cutting around the pattern and sewing it all together for the head. Now gluing the wooden mouth plate into the foam one and drawing around the little hands. Cutting out the arms, which look like mittens at the moment, and then sewing it all together, snipping the edges, and then hand sewing the arm rod pockets into the wrist. Now we're going to cover the body in this red scraggly fleece, sewing it where we pinned it in place, and here we have our colourful puppet so far with a long snout, but they need some eyes. So we've rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll a d20 for our cab colour, 15 for forest. So we've got lots of earthy tones in this puppet so far. Just gluing the cabs into place, and then we actually created this little EVA foam mount for the eyes so that they could sit a little bit forward on the head and focus better with the long snout, and we just covered that with a little tuft of red fur, which is giving him a very wacky look, and we love it. And now our features roll, we have a 2 for teeth and a 7 for airbrush. So we're cutting out these little circles as a stencil, and we're adding some airbrush spots onto the nose, and we're going to put it on both sides. Just like that, we went for a subtle kind of look, and then we're adding 2 pairs of round teeth on either side of the nose. And there we have the finished puppet. So we have very earthy tones, he's very wacky, lots of confidence, very prehistoric, we love him. And we hope you guys do too, especially Order 1210. Thank you for trusting us and for trusting the dice. They can't wait to meet you. So thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting us. Let us know what you'd like to see more of in Friday's video, and they wave goodbye to the council. We'll see you then. Bye. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And we have another exciting episode, as Order 1211 has trusted us and the dice to make them a random puppet. So thanks for your order. This one's for you, and let's get started. So we're going to roll for our head shape, and we have a 1 for our dino head shape. So as always, we have our pattern. We're going to draw around it on reticulated foam, cut that out neatly on the bandsaw, and then glue it all together as a forbidden honey sandwich. More gluing, and then when that's all dry, we'll press it all together, and then start with the mouth plate, another S for sexy, and press that onto the fleece. Glue that into the head, and then we have our finished dinosaur foam base. But as we all know by now, this could turn into anything, so let's roll for our colour scheme. We've rolled a 5 for purple and a 6 for pink. So we're just grabbing our pink fleece and some of this beautiful rich purple faux fur, and then drawing and cutting the pattern out. Little time lapse of the sewing there, and then we're going to draw around the fleece hands. Turn them inside out to stuff the foam in, and then we're going to hand sew the head. And then just go over the seams and pick them out to disguise them a little bit. And next we're going to sew the neck tube onto the puppet, and then I lost the footage of the colour reveal, so we're rolling for eyes, and we have a 3 for dot eyes. So we're just gluing in the backing to these eyes so that we can attach them to the drill and sand them up just like that. And when they're nice and smooth, we're then going to glue in the black pupils. And those are the bolts ready for them to screw onto, but first we're going to add these purple eyelids. Just screwing them into place and finding the focus just like that, and there we have the puppet with its eyes and colour scheme this time for you to see. And now it's time to roll for some features, I think. So we have rolled a 2 for teeth, a 3 for nose, and an 8 for spots again. So this time, to show you something a little bit different, we're actually cutting out a stencil for our spots using our Cricut machine. Placing it on the puppet like that, so we're going to have lots of tiny little spots this time, almost like freckles in this pale purple colour. Adding a few more on by hand, and then we're going to go for this purple flocked nose, which is giving very much mouse at the moment. And finally, we're cutting out this long strip of white EVA foam for a little row of teeth, very cartoony and cute. Just tidying up the edges, and there we have our finished freckly pink and purple mouse puppet. We hope you guys love it. We think it's so cute, and especially order 1211. Thank you for trusting us and the dice to make you this random puppet. They really can't wait to meet you, and again, thank you to everyone for watching and for supporting this series. They wave goodbye to the council after a short time in the workshop, and we will see you Monday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And starting with our head shape, we have a 1 for our dino head shape. So, you know the process well by now. We're drawing around the pattern and cutting it out on the bandsaw in reticulated foam, gluing it all together, which some of you think looks delicious, gluing in the mouth plate, and there we have our finished foam base, looking very much like a dinosaur. Remember that, keep that in mind. And rolling for our colour scheme, we have a 4 for green and a 5 for purple. Very interesting colour combo. I don't think we've seen this exact combination yet. So we're just drawing around the patterns in the fleece for the hands, sewing it all together on the machine, and then hand stitching the head fleece. All sped up because genuinely this is the longest step of the process, is hand sewing all the things. And then we're just cutting out this green fur for the body, sewing the neck tube over the head, and then we're putting boning in the bottom of the neck tube to help it keep its shape, shaving a little bit of the fur down, and we're doing a happy dance. The puppet is blissfully unaware of what is about to happen, so we are just gluing this little purple fur mohawk, sewing it in place, and there we have the colourful dinosaur-looking puppet. Just wait. It's time to roll for eyes. So we have 5 for painted eyes. So we're going to paint up some of these big bauble eyes, bright yellow, and we're going to glue in these stalks with dull joints. Just stick with us, okay? We wanted to mix it up a bit and show you guys another technique for eyes so that you don't get bored of the eyes process. So we made these purple posable eye stalks, and yeah, with dots. There you go. So here's the creature. So far, we did want to just be a little bit creative and mix it up, and we were in a silly, goofy mood. I don't know what we were thinking. It's time to roll for some features, I think. So we have a 10 for eyebrows, an 18 for faux feathers, and a 16 for extra eyes. This was not the day to roll extra eyes, but we did. So you now have 4 stalks. We have a biblically accurate puppet. So we're adding some furry eyebrows onto the stalks, and then we had to go and look for some green faux feathers because we only had pink and grey in stock. So we got this little tuft in the middle. There we have the finished puppet. What do you think? The dice chose violence, but we also chose violence a little bit. I think we just wanted to flex our creative muscles, and we just gave them so many eyes and so much. They look like a migraine. I'm not sure they even know that they exist. But anyway, what do you think? Give them a name and an unnecessary backstory in the comments. Thank you for watching. We hope you found it enjoyable, and they joined the council to judge your fate and watch you with their many eyes. And we'll see you Wednesday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1218. Thank you for trusting us and the dice to make you a completely random puppet. We hope you like it, and let's get started. So for our head shape, we have a 5 for the round head. Cutting out the reticulated foam, as always, on the bandsaw, and gluing it all together with forbidden honey, pressing it together when dry, and there we have our foam base. Very cute, very happy, but it's time for colours, and we have a 5 for purple, and an 8 for roll again, and then a 5 for purple, and a 7 for yellow. Very interesting colour scheme once again, and so we are just drawing and cutting the fleece for the head, and also the hands, sewing it all together, pinning the head shape so that we can cut the fleece, and hand stitching the seam for the head. And then we're adding doll joints to the arms to connect them to the body, sewing the fleece for the body, this time instead of fur, and gluing it all together. Then we cut a little bit of fur to give it some hair, gluing that in place just to hold it before we then sew it. And there is the yellow and purple puppet so far. Very, very cool. Absolutely loving it. He looks like he's having a great time, but he needs some eyes. And we've gone for 3 for the dot eyes. So we're using a soldering iron to press this brass insert into the back of the eye so that we can drill it. And then we are using these large 20mm black dots and gluing them in place, screwing them into the head as always. And at this point, we didn't realise that we hadn't applied eyelids, but don't worry, we fix it later because he's looking a little bit vacant. And finally, our features roll, we have a 12 for tail, a 2 for teeth, and a 20 for dealer's choice. So we're cutting these little EVA teeth and gluing them in place, cutting the fur for this long purple tail before sewing it all together and attaching it with a doll joint onto the puppet, clipping it into place just like that. And then as our dealer's choice, we put on this little heart-shaped tongue, and then we went back and fixed the eyelid issue because he definitely needed some. Sewing them on for strength, adding a little bit of hairspray, and there we have the finished puppet. So he's very cute, he's looking very, very trustable. Absolutely love this colour scheme, but what do you guys think? We hope you like it, especially order 1218. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you a random puppet. I think he's laughing at me because the subtitles think I'm saying pop it. But yeah, thank you for watching, thank you for supporting us. He waves goodbye to the council and we'll see you Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1220. Thank you for trusting us and the dice to make you a randomized puppet. They can't wait to meet you, and let's get started. So, rolling for our head shape, and we have a 5 for our round head. So as always, we're drawing around the reticulated foam, cutting it out on the bandsaw, and then everyone's favourite part, the delectable foam gluing, the honey sandwich, if you will. Pressing it all together once it's dry, and there we have the foam body base. I never know how to say that. Foam base, foam puppet, foam body. And rolling for our colour scheme, we have a 4 for green and an 8 for roll again. And again, we have a 4 for green and a 2 for blue. So we're going double green and some blue on this puppet. So we're going to cut the fleece for the arms, sewing it all together. That's a very satisfying sewing shot. And then cutting out the fur for the body as well, this nice turquoise colour. And pinning the fleece for the head shape to hand stitch it all together, sped up as always, and then sewing in the neck tube. And there we have the puppet so far, looking very colourful and very cute. And it's time for some eyes. So we have rolled a 3 for dot eyes again. Dots have been very popular recently, so we're going to mix it up. We tried these 10mm placement eyes and they didn't work, so we went with these 16mm bigger ones. And it just looks so cute! Absolutely in love with this puppet already, and they don't even have features yet. So here we go. We have rolled a 1 for horns, a 5 for ears, and a 10 for eyebrows. So we're going to start by mixing up a nice blue colour to spray onto the horns so they can blend nicely. And we layered a couple of different darker colours as well for this gradient. And then we're just screwing them onto place on the puppet. And then we're cutting these tiny little teddy bear shaped ears in foam and sewing little green ear sleeves and hand sewing them in place, and just so cute so far. We experimented a little bit with a unibrow at first, and it was just hiding too much of the horn, so we went with these tiny little patch eyebrows. And there is the finished puppet. So what do you think? We absolutely adore him. I hope you guys like him too, especially order 1220. Thank you for trusting us and the dice to make you this random puppet. They have so much character and they look so sweet. So we hope you enjoyed watching this video and that you enjoy the finished result. Thank you for watching. And they wave goodbye to the council, and we will see you on Monday for a very special episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these new dice, design our next project. So for head shape, we have finally rolled a 6 for our Snoz head shape, but the dice said we have to give it a cuteness overload. So we're going to shrink the nose on the Snoz fleece pattern a little bit, just to make it look a little bit more like a baby nose, and then cut out the rest of the foam as normal on the bandsaw, glue it all together with the delicious honey glue. Press the seams together when it's dry, and there we have the finished foam base. Now it looks like a normal Snoz at the moment, but that's all going to change. So for colours, we've rolled 6 for pink and an 8 for roll again, and then a 6 for pink and a 2 for blue, which is kind of a perfect combination for cuteness overload. So for the body, we've gone for this blue and pink unicorn fur, which kind of pulls purple in some lights as well, which is really cool. And then we're gluing the mouth plate in, cutting out all of the fleece, and then sewing it together on the sewing machine. And just look how clean, let's appreciate those clean seams. And then we're cutting out the hands and the arms as well in fleece, gluing the mouth straps and the wood onto the foam mouth plate, cutting a seam in the back of the foam, sticking it all together, and then we're putting the arm rod pockets into the foam hands before sewing up the arms and putting it all together, and then we're putting a little bit of stuffing into the Snoz nose. Sewing the fur body all together, hand stitching the hands closed with the arm rod pockets inside, and then adding these little unicorn tufts of fur onto the wrists as well. And there we have the colourful puppet so far. Very cute already. And now we have our eye roll. We have a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for iris, 14 for cloudy, which is this kind of bluey grey pale colour, which I feel looks quite cute. Gluing them into our 40mm cabochon eyes, adding the soft pink eyelids and screwing them in place. And there's our cute little puppet so far. Now it's time for features. I know. So we have rolled a 2 for teeth, a 5 for ears, and a 13 for accessories. So we're just making slightly smaller ears for the Snoz than we normally would out of foam, sewing them into place, adding a little tuft of the fur, gluing all that, and then adding a pair of little round teeth. And then for accessories, I decided to make this blue ribbon, which goes with the colour scheme and the cuteness overload, and we're just gluing that onto the back of the puppet like it's a hair ribbon. And there we have the puppet, which is almost finished, but we need to roll our final chaos dice. And we have rolled add an extra feature now. This is perfect because I felt like the puppet was missing some eyelashes. So I'm just gluing these fluttery eyelashes into place. And there we have our finished puppet. So what do you think? What name and ridiculously detailed backstory would you give this puppet in the description? What do you think of the chaos dice? Do you feel like they added a lot to the episode? We absolutely love her. She's so cute, so sweet. Definitely cuteness overload. Thank you for watching and for supporting us. And she joins the council to judge your fate. We'll see you Wednesday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1223. Thank you for trusting us and the dice to make you a random puppet. And let's get started by rolling for our head shape. We have a 4 for our tiny head. So we're drawing on our reticulated foam with our wooden templates, cutting it all out on the bandsaw, and then everyone's favourite part, gluing it all together. Just like that. And then when it's all partially dry, pressing it together to form the shape, gluing the mouth plate in place. And there's the finished puppet skeleton. But now we need to roll our first chaos dice. And we have, it lives in an enchanted forest. So we went to look for some supplies that would look like an enchanted forest. And then in white EVA foam, we're cutting out these antler style horns to add to the head shape to help it look more like an enchanted forest animal. But we're leaving them white for a little bit until we know our colour scheme, and we have a 3 for brown and a 7 for yellow. So these colours do really complement each other, I feel like, and they also work well with the theme of today's episode, which is an enchanted forest creature. So cutting out the yellow fleece for the arms, and then this brown and yellow fur for the body, and sewing it all together. Sewing the arms, and then we're going to cut strips of this wadding for the inside of the arms, rolling them up, and then stuffing them into the arm, but with a joint like this, so it looks like it has an elbow, which is cute. And then we're going to sew the arm rod pocket in place. So there is our There is our enchanted woodland creature so far, but they need some eyes. So we have rolled a 5 for our painted eyes, which I feel like is perfect. So we're mixing up this beigey brown bony colour and spraying the eyes. And then we're going to use the rest of that paint so we don't have to clean the airbrush twice, and we're spraying up the horns as well to look very natural. And then to stay in theme, we're going with these sage irises, and there is a cab eye tour coming soon, don't worry. And we're just gluing these in place. We feel like they went with the colour scheme, and then screwing them onto the puppet. And there we have the eyes on the puppet so far. He's very happy, but it's time for features. So we have rolled a 10 for eyebrows, a 9 for spikes and spines, and a 19 for roll again. And then a 7 for airbrush, a 4 for tongue, and a 2 for teeth. So we did airbrush the horns, and now we're just gluing them into place like that. Looking great on this enchanted woodland puppet. And then we're adding some of this decorative moss as bushy eyebrows, but we're starting by decorating the horns a little bit for consistency, and then gluing them in place around the eyes, which is looking very cool so far. And then for the tongue, we're just adding this little round heart-shaped tongue, dry brushing the teeth to match, because white would have looked a little bit stark, we think. And then doing the same for the spikes and spines, and then screwing them in place, and also adding a little bit of moss for consistency. And to finish it all off, we're giving the whole puppet a spritz of gold glitter spray, so they look really enchanted. Here is the finished puppet so far. Looking very, very cool. The dice did a great job, but we now need to roll our final chaos dice. And we have Make It a Friend, which we've been very excited to show you. And so with the same colour material, we're going to sew up this little finger puppet, sticking some black eyes on it, giving it a little bit of a shave so it can see, and then adding some moss so that it matches the theme perfectly. And there we have the tiny little matching finger puppet friend for our puppet. So what do you guys think? Let us know in the comments. We hope you love it, especially order 1223. Thank you for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creation. We think they look great. We had a lot of fun being very creative with them. The dice are definitely adding some extra chaos and some extra fun to these episodes, so we hope you enjoyed it. Share this video with someone you think would love it, and they wave goodbye to the council. We will see you Friday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1224. Thank you for trusting us and the dice to make you a randomized puppet, and let's get started. So, for our head shape, we have a 7 for our bimble head shape, but the chaos dice said make it more mythical. So that is our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind as we make every step of the puppet. Starting with our reticulated foam, cutting it out on the bandsaw, gluing it together with this delicious honey looking glue, an S for sexy on the mouth plate, pressing it all together, making the mouth straps, and gluing it all into the head. And there we have the puppet skeleton, looking very normal so far. And now we roll for colours. So we have a 6 for pink and an 8 for roll again. And on our roll again, we have another 6 for pink and a 3 for brown. And I saw a comment of someone saying every time we get roll again, we roll the same colour again. And that's really weird. But we're gluing in this little mount to help the eyes focus later when we roll for our eyes. And then gluing the pink fleece to the mouth of the puppet like that. So we can now cut our seams in the top of the head to hand stitch it all together. like that, all sped up. And one slow shot just because it's a very satisfying stitch. And then we're cutting out the fur for the body, sewing it together, sewing the arms, doing our little happy dance. And to add a little mythical touch, we're going to create some of these nice pointy elf ears out of foam and sort of pin them together like this and then hand sew them onto the head. And then with this very, very pale baby pink fur, we're going to add some hairy patches to the back of the ears. Looking very mythical, very cute. And now we need some eyes. We have a 1 for cab eyes. So we're rolling for our iris color and we have a 9 for misty. And a cab eye tour is coming tomorrow, so look out for that. Super gluing them in, and then with that same pale baby pink, we're going to add some fur to the back of the eyes, trimming them a little bit, screwing them in place. And here is our wise, mythical, old elf creature so far, but it's time for features. So we have a 3 for nose, a 6 for facial hair, and a 13 for accessories. So we're going to start with our facial hair, and we're going to actually layer the 2 colours on top of each other for a little bit of a beard mustache and blend it all together, and then add a little bit into the ears, and also for another mythical touch, some plants growing out of the ears, which I just thought looked very foresty and very cute. Mythical elfish, and then for accessories we have this little pixie necklace we made. And finally, a pale pink flocked animal nose as well for another mythical touch, and screwing that into place. So there's our mythical creature so far, looking very, very cute, but we do have one more dice roll. So our final chaos dice says, add an extra feature now. So we're just adding in one of our little red heart tongues. And finally, using a little bit of leftover Hessian ribbon, we added some bracelets to the puppet. And now we're officially finished. So there is the finished puppet. We hope you love it. Let us know what you think, especially order 1224. Thank you for trusting us. And the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We absolutely love it. It's very mythical. It's giving like wise old woodland grandpa vibes. And I can't wait to meet you. Oh! They sneezed. Everyone say bless you in the comments. So, thank you for watching this video. We hope you enjoyed it. Share it with someone you think will also enjoy it. And they wave goodbye to the council as they're off to their new home. We will see you Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. Starting with our head shape, today we've rolled a 4 for our tiny head shape. But the first chaos dice says, turn it into a sea creature. So we'll be keeping that in mind throughout the whole of this project and making sure that the puppet really does look like it comes from under the sea. Our bandsaw is currently broken, so we are waiting for it to get fixed, and we had to cut this with scissors, which was very unsatisfying. But gluing it all together with the contact adhesive as normal, gluing in the mouth plate. And there we have a bona fide puppet skeleton. But it needs some colours. So our first roll is double 8s for roll again. And on our first re-roll we have 4 for green and a 5 for purple. Our second re-roll is 5 for purple and yellow for 7, or 7 for yellow. Now the dice are already choosing violence, are they not? But starting with our fleece, we're going to use purple as the base, as it was our double roll, and so we want the most of it. So we're cutting and pinning the fleece on the skull of the puppet so that we can hand sew it together, as always. Very satisfying. Picking out the seams. Stuffing the arms and sewing the hands together, and then we're going to cut out this lime green fur for the body, which looks so cool. And with the arms on, it's time for a little happy dance. And then we found some really cool fabrics. So we have this kind of shiny scale fabric that we're going to make some ears out of so that it really looks like a sea creature. Sewing that together on the sewing machine and then stuffing the foam inside. Hand sewing them onto the head. Adding some double purple as cuffs onto the arms. And then we made these little shoulder cuffs as well out of the yellow fabric. And these are just so cute. I absolutely love these. And there's the puppet so far, looking like an under-the-sea king. And now it's time to roll for eyes. So we have a 5 for our painted eyes, so we're going to spray up some of our 40mm cab eyes as yellow. And then we're going to add a little hint of green just to keep with the colour theme. And then we're going to add these cabochons in, but we're going to paint them completely black so they look like sea creature eyes. And we wanted to keep them on the side of the head so that they would look like fish eyes, which we thought would be very, very cool for the theme. Get ready. Oh, I wanted to scream at this reveal. This puppet looks so adorable so far. It's really cute, really on theme, and now it's time to roll for features. So we have a 6 for facial hair, a 13 for accessories, and a 16 for extra eyes, which we were not counting on, but we did spray up an extra yellow and green eye to go in the middle of the head, so it's kind of looking like an alien fish now, but still on theme. And then for facial hair, we're going to use this lime green felting fabric, and we're going to needle felt it onto the foam and the fleece of the puppet as well, around the ears to kind of look like wispy seaweedy hair. And as you can imagine, this took forever. We added a second colour of green as well to just kind of help brighten it up a little bit. Stab, stab, stab. This took so long, genuinely. And then for accessories, we're actually going to make a golden shell necklace, which looks very regal, very under the sea. And then we have these adhesive scale glittery dots, which we added just above the ears. And there's the puppet so far, looking beautiful. But we have one more chaos dice roll, which tells us to add another colour. And so we're going to add more of the felting fabric, but in this bluey aquamarine colour. Stabbing it and blending it all together on the ears again. Stab, 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 genuinely a long process. And there we have the finished puppet. So what do you guys think? I think they're so cute and they're very on theme with sea creature. The dice definitely put us through our paces today with extra eyes and double colours. But we absolutely love them, so thank you for watching. Give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory in the comments. This was such a long build today, but we really hope you enjoyed it, and they join the council to judge your fate. And we'll see you Wednesday. Back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1227. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. So we hope you love it, and let's get started. Firstly, for our head shape, we have a 6 for our snoz head again. But our first chaos dice says it must come from the mountain caves. So we'll be keeping that theme in mind throughout the whole of today's episode, and unfortunately our bandsaw is still out of commission, so we're cutting every piece of foam by hand, which takes a little bit longer, but then we're gluing it all together with the contact adhesive as always, the forbidden honey sandwich, sticking it together and then making the straps for the mouth plate. And then we're gluing the 3D printed mouth plate into the head. And here we have the puppet skeleton so far, giving very much BB-8 right now. But now we need our colour scheme, and we have rolled a 4 for green and a 3 for brown, which goes very well with our mountain theme, I feel like. And so we are just cutting out the fur, sewing it all together on the sewing machine for the head and the body, and then we're cutting this green fleece for the hands and the arms. So this episode is going to be for everyone who's wanted more and more of the furry head puppets over the fleece. Then we're putting some wadding into the arms to give it a joint, and then I'm going to be hand sewing the arm rod pockets closed. Just like that. Doll jointing the arms onto the body, and then we have our little happy dance. There we go, there is the fluffy puppet so far. And it's time for eyes. We have rolled for the first time a 4 for button eyes. So we had to go and look for some creative mountain themed buttons, and we found these really cool ones that look like they're cut from wood, which will work a little bit better than the cartoony pink ones we had in stock. So we're just shaving down the fur a little bit and then adding this darker brown onto the back of the eye for a little bit of depth. And then hand sewing the buttons on, and then that's just to help them stand out a little bit. And there we go, button eyes are definitely a choice. And it's time for features. We've rolled a 1 for horns, a 2 for teeth, and an 8 for spots. So we're going to show you a new type of horn that we make, and these are the banana horns. And we're just going to airbrush them up in this gradient of a couple different layers of browns to go with the colour scheme and also help them to look more natural and like a mountain creature. just like that. And then we're screwing them in place behind the eyes. And then for spots, we're going to try something completely different again, and we have these brown pom-poms that we're going to glue in place. So a little bit more subtle than the glass ones we've gone for before, and they go in the colour scheme. And then for teeth, we're going to use these sabre teeth and dry brush them the same colour as the horns, just like that. Hot glue them in place. And then our final addition, just to go with the theme, we've got this dark brown material that we're going to sew up into a little cape for our mountain puppet with this brown cord attachment. And this is just to really help him look like a traveller from far away. And here is the character so far. Very mountainy and very unique, but our final chaos dice says, add an extra feature now. So we are going to go with some extra accessories, and we have these mini wooden tree stumps that we're going to drill and turn into a necklace. Some mountain puppet bling, and there we have the finished character. So what do you think? We hope you love it, especially order 1227. Thank you again for trusting us in the dice. This is definitely a character that only the dice could create. We never would have thought of button eyes, with the spots and the mountain theme and everything that this puppet has going on. So we really hope you like it. Thank you for watching. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. And they cannot wait to meet their new family, and they wave goodbye to the council. We will see you on Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1228. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you your creation, and let's get started. So for our head shape, we've rolled an 8 for our dealer's choice, but our first chaos dice says we have to monsterize it. So that's our theme for today that we'll be keeping in mind throughout the project, but for our head shape, we've actually gone with the long snout head, as we haven't really shown that in a few weeks, I think. So as normal, just cutting out the reticulated foam. The bandsaw is still broken, so it's all cut out by hand, and then we're just gluing every piece of the skull together like this. And then drawing an S for sexy on our mouth plate before gluing that into the head, and there we have our puppet skeleton so far. And now it's time for colour scheme. So we've rolled a 1 for red and a 5 for purple. And that goes really well with our monster theme, I think. And so we're actually going to use some of this brand new F3 fleece, which we did a test dye in red this week, and we've never used this fleece before, so it'll be really interesting to see how it sews. So we're going to cut the fleece and glue it around the mouth plate, and then cut it to the exact shape and hand sew it with this matching colour Gutermann thread. Feels like a special occasion with this brand new fleece, and we're just going to sew it by hand. And then machine sew the same fleece for the hands and arms. Sew them closed with the doll joint in, attach the arms to the body, and then we have our little happy dance. Last bit of fleece work as we sew the neck tube onto the head. And then we're going to add a few tufts of purple fur around the shoulders, and a little tuft on the top of the head for continuity. And there we have our colourful puppet so far. Now we held off on a bit more purple because we wanted to see what eyes we would roll. And we have rolled a 6 for odd eyes. So we're going to spray up a couple of these bauble eyes, and we're going to spray them yellow to look like monster eyes, and we're going to go with 2 very different sizes to help them look odd. And then we're also going to add purple mismatched eyelids and add mismatched sized pupils as well. So he's looking like a tired monster so far, and now it's time to roll for our features. We have a 2 for teeth, a 12 for tail, and a 5 for ears. So we're going to go for our fang teeth as well as some pointy teeth, and we're just going to dry brush them to look weathered and monstery and a little bit more realistic. And then we're just going to hot glue them in place. And then we are just designing these kind of short pointy looking ears, sewing them together and then hand sewing them onto the head. And then on the machine, we're going to sew together this long purple furry tail. Attach it to the body with a doll joint. And there is the puppet so far. What do you think? Looking very monstery, but we're not leaving it there. We have one more chaos dice roll, and we must add an extra feature now. So since it has been a little while since we've done this, we decided to give them a bright yellow bottle cap necklace to match the eyes, gluing it onto the string, attaching it to the body, just like that. And there we have our final finished monster puppet. And we absolutely love this one. I know we say that about every single one. These are all our babies, but we absolutely adore this one. It has so much colour, and the fabric, the new F3 fleece, is really fantastic to work with. You can hide the seams so easily. I love the colour combination. Basically, we love this puppet a lot. So we hope you do too, especially order 1228. We really appreciate you trusting us and the dice. And they really cannot wait to meet you. We hope you're excited too. Thank you for watching this video, and they wave goodbye to the council before flying to their new home. We will see you Monday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And keep an eye out for some changes to the roll sheets today. But first, with head shape, we rolled a 6 for our bimble head shape. And then our first chaos dice says, it must come from the mountain caves. So that's our theme for today that we'll keep in mind throughout the whole build. Starting as always with our foam template on the reticulated foam. Still no bandsaw, so we're cutting it all out by hand. And then gluing it all together as our forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing the edges together when it's dry. We have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which we're then going to make the foam and fleece mouth plate straps, gluing that all into the head of the puppet. And there we have our puppet skeleton so far. So there's some changes with our colour schemes as well, and we've rolled a 5 for yellow and a 9 for black. So we have this black and silver faux feather fabric, drawing our template in chalk, cutting it out, and then machine sewing it all together. Gluing the fur around the mouth plate on the head, and then drawing around our hand and arm templates in this yellow fleece. Cutting that out, and then sewing it together on the machine. And then stuffing the foam posable hands into the fleece, as well as the arms, to get ourselves ready for our happy dance. And so here is our furry puppet so far, but now it's time for some eyes. So we've rolled a 1 for our cab eyes, which means we need to roll for cab colour, and we have an 11 for just purple. Very creative name. So we're going to glue those in to some 40mm cab eyes and then attach them to this black bracket, because on certain head shapes the eyes need a little bit of structure to help them focus. And to help give them a very tired cave dweller look, we've added some bags under the eyes. Gluing the bracket in, combing the fur to get them ready for their close-up. Here we have our puppet so far, and now it's time to roll for features. So we've rolled a 1 for horns, a 5 for ears, and a 12 for tail. So for the tail, we're going to use this foam tube and sew it all together with some fleece. Attach a little bit of the fur onto the end of the tail, doll joint it into the puppet, and then we are dirtying up some horns. This is a new shape of horn again, and it just helps the character to look like they've been living in a cave for longer than they'd care to admit. And then we're using some of this yellow fur to create some ears, hand sewing them onto the head. So that is the puppet so far, and we used to kind of leave them at this stage, but now we have a second chaos dice to roll. And this one says that we must make them a friend. So as before, we're going to make them a little matching finger puppet in the same colour scheme. We're just sewing the black and silver fur, and then we're cutting out some yellow eye bags. And before the big reveal, we wanted to add a small detail to help them look like they come from the mountain caves. And so we're adding this fern and twisting it around the arm to almost make it look like it's dripping off the puppet, like it's been growing for a while. And here is the little matching friend for the puppet. But big reveal, here is the finished character. So what do you guys think? We had a lot of fun making this one, and it's the first edition of the black fur. This puppet definitely looks startled to be out of the cave for the first time in a long time, I think. The horns and tail and everything worked really well, and I do like the colours. But let us know what you think. Give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory in the comments down below. Thank you so much for watching and for supporting these videos. And the puppet is off to join the council to help judge your fate. And we'll see you. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1233. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. First off, for our head shape, we have rolled a 7 for Birdie, which is one of our new head shapes that we're going to introduce. But before all of that, our first chaos dice says make it more mythical. So we're going to keep that theme in mind throughout the whole build, and our bandsaw was able to get fixed today, so we're going to start by cutting the reticulated foam, gluing it together with the contact adhesive, pressing the foam together once the glue is dry, gluing the foam mouth straps onto the mouth plate, drawing an S for sexy in the glue, and there we have the puppet skeleton, ready for their colour scheme. And we have rolled a 6 for pink and a 7 for purple. So we're going to grab this purple fleece, this bright pink fur, and then draw all of our patterns out. Sew the arms and the hands together on the machine, and then we're going to hand sew the stitches closed for the head shape. And then pick the seams to hide them a little bit with a needle, and then we're going to be cutting out the fur for the body and sewing it all together on the sewing machine. Then I'm just sewing in the doll joints to the shoulders, which we're going to attach to the body for our first little happy dance. And there is our colourful puppet so far with the brand new head shape. What do you think? It's time for some eyes. We have rolled a 4 for odd eyes. So we're going to use these cab eyes with a big difference in size, and we're also going to go for odd irises too. We're going to have volcano in one and turquoise in the other. Both have a lot of purple in them to go with the theme, but we wanted to keep them very odd. And then we're going to go for mismatched eyelids on this puppet as well. Gluing them on and then screwing the eyes onto the head. And there we have our little characters so far, looking very tired, but mythical creatures have a lot of responsibilities. And now for features. A 6 for facial hair, a 4 for tongue, and a 19 for roll again. And then a 5 for ears, 7 for airbrush, and 10 for eyebrows. So we're going to start with this pale pink fur for the eyebrows, and just glue it behind the eyes like that. And then use the same fur for a little patch of facial hair on the bottom lip. And then for an extra mythical and airbrush touch, we're going to make this staff out of EVA foam. Cut it out on the newly fixed bandsaw. We're going to Dremel it down to the right shape and size, and add some texture, and then we're going to airbrush it. And as always, layer up a couple of different colours. Put in some nice shadows, just like that. And then we're going to glue on some tiny little black pupils. And now we're moving on to ears. We wanted these to not have as much structure as a foam ear and kind of just flop down, hand sewing them in place. And then we added this pale pink tongue, glued it into the mouth of the puppet. And then for another little mythical touch, we had these pink and purple gems, which we're just going to glue on near the ear, so that they almost look regal, like this, and looking so cute so far. But we have a final chaos dice, which tells us we must double or nothing. We've got to double up a feature. So with the pale pink fur, we're going to add a little bit more facial hair underneath the ears. And just like that, we have our finished puppet. So what do you think? We hope you love it. Especially order 1233. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creation. This mythical, regal, bird sheep creature with little matching staff as well, which they're using as a little walking stick right now. And please let us know in the comments what you think of them, what would you name them, where do you think they come from, and also what do you think of the brand new birdie head shape. We had a lot of fun making this puppet, so thank you again for watching and for supporting us. And they can't wait to fly off to their new home. They wave goodbye to the council for the final time, and we'll see you Friday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And we have a very exciting and long-awaited episode today, as this one's for you, order 1234. A very aesthetically pleasing order number, so let's make an aesthetically pleasing puppet. Starting with our roll for head shape, we have an 8 for round head, but our first chaos dice says it must get a cuteness overload. So that is our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the whole build. And as always, we start by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern, gluing it all together with contact adhesive and making our forbidden honey sandwich, pressing it together when dry to form the shape of the puppet, drawing our S for sexy on our mouth plate, which we then glue together on our black fleece. Then we glue in our little foam round cheeks and then glue the mouth plate into the head. And our first reveal, here is our puppet skeleton so far. And it's time for colours. We have rolled a 1 for blue and a 5 for yellow. So, keeping our theme in mind before we add the colours, we're actually going to sink the eyes down a little bit and add even bigger cheeks to help the puppet look cuter and more like it's smiling. And then we're going to grab this yellow fleece and blue fur. Glue the fleece onto the lip of the puppet. Machine sew the hands and the arms. And then we're going to pin and cut the fleece on the head to the right shape so that we can then hand sew it together, just like that. And then, just to help accentuate those little chubby cheeks even more, we're going to glue the fleece around the foam. And then we're going to cut out this blue fur for the body and once again sew it all together on the sewing machine. Attach the arms to the body with the doll joints and we get our first little happy dance. And then for an extra little bit of cuteness, we're just going to add some fur pom-poms to the top of the head and hand sew them in place like that. And I think it's time for some eyes. So we have rolled a 5 for painted eyes. So to keep in with theme, we wanted to airbrush the eyes a really pale, subtle blue colour. Just like a nice wash of colour, and then we glued in these big 20mm black pupils. And then we're going to add some yellow fleece eyelids. And then we're going to screw in the eyes to those recesses we made earlier in the foam, and there we have our cute puppet so far. And now it's time for features. So we have rolled a 1 for horns, 7 for airbrush, and 11 for eyelashes. So eyelashes are definitely going to help with the cuteness factor, and we're just going to glue on some of these false eyelashes. Using some 3D printed teeth, we're actually going to use them as tiny little horns and spray them blue to match the eyes. Just glue them in place, and then for airbrushing, we're going with some little rosy cheeks. And finally, for some added cuteness, we're going with a little heart-shaped tongue. So, here is the finished puppet so far, absolutely adorable, but we do have one more chaos dice to roll. And it says, we must add an extra feature now. So, we decided to use some of this pale blue ribbon and tie it up into bows around these little fur pom-poms on the head. And now we finally have our finished puppet! They look absolutely adorable. We definitely gave them a cuteness overload. We hope you love it, especially order 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you again so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. Let us know in the comments what you think, what you would name them, what you think their detailed backstory could be. And we really appreciate you watching this video. Share it with someone you think would love this puppet. We had a lot of fun making this puppet, and we're glad we trusted the dice. They cannot wait to fly off to their new home and meet their family. But just before they go, they must wave one final goodbye to the council. They loved meeting you, and we will see you Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. Starting with our head shape, we've rolled a 2 for our tiny head or small head. But our first chaos dice of the day says we must monsterize it. So that's our theme for today's build, which we'll be keeping in mind throughout the whole thing. Starting, as always, by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern, gluing it together with our contact adhesive, the forbidden honey sandwich, sorry, I almost forgot to say it, and then pressing it all together when the glue is dry. Then we move on to building our mouth plate, and so we have our little foam mouth plate straps and we glue that onto the wooden template. And there's our little puppet skeleton so far, looking very much like BB-8 again. And now it's time for colours. So we have rolled a 4 for brown and an 8 for orange. New combo alert, I think? So for the brown, we're going to use this custom dyed Nyla fleece that we have dyed for a custom job we're working on. And then we're going to cut out some furry little hands in the orange fur, little brown arm tubes, and then we're going to sew it all together on the sewing machine. Now, furry hands are a lot of work. It requires a few different techniques than when you use fleece for the hands. It's a little bit different today, but we're going with it. And then we're just going to sew the arms, and then we're going to glue the head pattern onto the foam skull. Then we're going to sew the pockets up in the hands for the arm rods, doll joint the arms to the body, and then we have our first happy dance. Then just a quick trim of the fur on the hands, which then led to us having to hoover the entire puppet. Fur went everywhere. And then it was just kind of fun playing with his hair. But here we have our colourful little puppet so far. Looking monstery already, but now we need to roll for eyes. And we have a 3 for pro eyes, which we have not rolled in a while. And sticking with the monster theme, we have this one odd eye that we cast a little while ago, and so we thought this would look great as a Cyclops puppet, because what is more monstery than a Cyclops? So we screw the eye onto the head, and there we have it. They can see right into your soul, and they're telling me that it's time for features. So we've rolled a 5 for ears, an 8 for wings, and a 3 for nose. So just before we get started on features, I wanted to add in this defined eyelid for the puppet so it didn't look so starey. And I wanted it to look like it was growing out of the fur, so quite natural. And then for nose, we had this idea to kind of go bat themed, like vampire bat themed for the monster. And so wings, ears, and this little black animal nose. That's how we're sticking within the monster theme, we thought. And so we're just cutting out the foam and sewing it all together to make the little wings like this. And then we're going to sew some definition lines into the wings. And I think this was the perfect puppet to introduce our wings. We hand sewed them onto the body. And in the same material, we sewed up these little bat ears as well. And attached them to the head by hand. And there we have our nearly finished puppet. But our final chaos dice says that we must add another colour. So the perfect colour to add I felt was red, and so we have these really interesting translucent resin printed horns, and they help add to the monster theme and also a really interesting pop of colour. It's a material we've never used before, and there we have it! Our finished, chaotic, orange and brown monster puppet. So what do you think? We absolutely loved them. This was a lot of fun to make this puppet. They're kind of giving me mustard vibes a little bit, which is really, really nice. So what do you think? Let us know in the comments below. Give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory, and they join the council until they can find their new home. We will see you Wednesday. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1237. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you how it turns out, and let's get started. So, first off, with our head shape, we have a 4 for our tall head, but our first chaos dice says it lives in an enchanted forest. So that is our theme that we'll be keeping in mind today throughout the entire build, and it's actually one of my favourite themes for a puppet ever, so I'm really excited. As always, cutting out the reticulated foam and gluing it all together with the contact adhesive and making the forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing it all together when dry and then adding in the little wooden mouth plate. Gluing on the chin foam. You know, normal things you say in your everyday life, and here is the puppet skeleton so far. Ready for a colour scheme, I think. So, we have rolled a 2 for green and a 10 for roll again. And on our second roll, a 3 for red and a 7 for purple. So we have quite a few cool colours to work with today, and the green definitely goes well with the woodland enchanted forest theme. So we're going to go with this green furry head. And I don't think we've shown you fur on the tall head yet, so this will make a nice change. Green fleece for the hands and the arms, and then we added this tuft of red fur on top of the head. We really wanted this to look like it was growing, like this was a plant head. And then green fur for the body, and sewing it all together on the sewing machine as well. And sewing up the fleece hands and then a little bit of hand stitching in the back of the head before sewing up the arm rod pockets. Before sewing in the doll joints and then attaching those to the body of the puppet, ready for our first little happy dance. He's very happy. I would be happy if I lived in an enchanted forest. But I don't. And then for our pop of purple, we added some furry lilac wrist straps, little cuffs, just like that, and glued them on. And there is our little colourful, cute, enchanted character so far, and it's time for some eyes. So, we have rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for iris, and we have a 4 for sage, which we have actually had on the show before, but this goes perfectly with the Enchanted Forest theme. So we're just gluing those into some 40mm cabochon eyes. And then we wanted to incorporate a little bit more of the red fur for a nice contrast against the fur of the head. And this really helped to make the puppet look really like alive and vibrant. And we absolutely love it. And they're shocked because it's time for features. So we have a 4 for tongue, a 5 for ears, and a 14 for jewellery. So we actually got to visit our local scrap store this week as part of a joint project, and we picked up loads of this cool like vintage jewellery, and I thought a little key would be perfect for this puppet. He's like the keeper of the forest, and so I added a little red heart to go with the colour scheme as well. And then moving on to ears, we decided since we wanted this puppet to look like a very living, breathing plant representation, we're actually going to go with mushroom ears. And we put them on little posable stalks and attach them to either side of the head, and they can be posed in whatever way you want. And then I'm just gluing together this little red furry fingers heart tongue. And for a few more enchanted features, we're adding some moss dripping off the stalks of the mushrooms and some flowers into the hair. Again, to help this puppet look like it's just growing right in front of your eyes, and its very skin is like alive. You can probably tell we're having a lot of fun, but our final chaos dice says, make them a friend. So we're going to actually use the same green faux fur and cut out a little gerbil head, which is a tiny accompany puppet that we use sometimes, and we're going to use these tiny craft mushrooms to look like the ears of the big puppet, with the same colour eyes, and there we have the little friend. Very cute and very simple, I think. What do you think? And here is our final reveal of the finished puppet. They're very enchanted, very foresty, and very cute. What do you think? We really, really hope you love it, especially order 1237. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this creation. We really did have such a great time, and we felt so inspired and creative building this puppet for you, so we really do hope you liked it. Give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory down in the comments below. Thank you so much for watching and for supporting us. Share this video with someone you know who would love this puppet. And they wave goodbye to the council. They loved meeting you all, and we will see you Friday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1238. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. So for head shape, we rolled a 10 for dealer's choice, and we choose dino head for today, but our first chaos dice says we must monsterize it. So that's our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build, which, as always, starts by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, and then gluing it all together to make our forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing it all together when the glue is dry to form the shape, and then an S for something on the mouth plate. And then moving on to make the mouth plate straps, which is giving very much ice cream sandwich today and looks even more delicious than normal. And then we glue all of that together into the puppet head. And voila, we have our puppet skeleton. And now for colours, we've rolled a 6 for pink and a 2 for green. And so we're going to grab our materials. Firstly, this bright pink F3 fleece that we've dyed ourselves in the workshop this week. We're very, very excited to use it. It's such a beautiful colour, and so we're just going to be cutting out the head pattern in that fleece and then sewing it all together by hand. As always, a very long process, and then we're going to be cutting out this green faux fur for the body and sewing it together on the machine. Then the hands and arms in the F3 fleece again. And obviously there's quite a few steps that we aren't able to show in this video just because of time, but we make the hands and we sew up the arm rod pockets and we stuff the arms. And then we doll joint the arms onto the body for our first little happy dance. And it's giving very much watermelon right now with this colour scheme. Really, really adorable, but let's have some eyes. So we've rolled a 5 for our painted eyes. So for something a little bit different, we're going with these clear bauble eyes again, but we're actually going to spray them up green To fit the colour scheme, we normally go like yellow or white, but we decided to go this really vibrant lime green to contrast the pink, and then we're just gluing them into the head and then gluing the irises on. And there we have our little monster puppet so far. Really loving the effect of those eyes, but now for features we've rolled a 20 for dealer's choice, 10 for eyebrows, and 16 for extra eyes. Why do we always roll extra eyes when we've done the most elaborate eyes on a puppet? Why don't we ever roll double cabs? So we just added those on, and then for dealer's choice we decided every monster needs some pointy teeth. And then we're adding some of this bright pink fur as the eyebrows just behind the back eyes. And for a little bit of definition and to fit with the monster theme, we went in with some airbrushing just to make it all match. And there's the puppet so far, it has a look. But we have one more chaos dice to roll before we can be finished, and it says we must add another colour now, because this puppet wasn't extra enough apparently. So I've added this strip of orange around the neck of the puppet. This is like starburst colour scheme. But there we have our finished puppet. Very monstery, very colourful, the eyes are crazy. But what do you think? We hope you love it, especially order 1238. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We really hope you love it. It was so much fun again to work with the F3 fleece. It dyed up really well this week. We dyed this colour as a test, and then we're going to be dyeing lots of really cool colours over the weekend. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you for supporting us. Share this video with someone you know would love this puppet. And they can't wait to fly off and meet their new family in their new home. But first, they must wave goodbye to the council. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And as always, starting with our head shape, we have a 9. Ding, ding, ding! New head shape. We rolled a Gilbert. But first of all, before we get started, our first chaos dice says we must monsterize it. So that's our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build, as always, starting with reticulated foam, cutting it out on the bandsaw, gluing it together to make our forbidden honey sandwich, and pressing it together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And we're really excited to show you this new head shape because it is very different than all of the others for a very specific reason. Can you guess what that reason is? He has a giant frown. His mouth plate is upturned for a really unique face. And now for colour scheme, we've rolled an 8 for orange and a 7 for purple. So we're going to grab our materials, our fleece and our fur, and we're going to start cutting it out for the pattern, gluing it onto the face shape, around the lip, and then we're going to be cutting out the bottom jaw part so that we can sew it all together. Then we're going to sew the arms and the hands in the fleece as well, and then hand sew the top of the head, pinned in place just like this. And as you can imagine, this is quite a tricky head shape to sew, but we made it work. And then we're just sewing the arm rod pockets on the hands, cutting out the orange fur for the body before sewing that all together on the sewing machine as well. Then we're measuring the head so that we can fit the neck tube, which we then sew together. Attach the arms with the doll joints to the body for our first little happy dance, and then watch this transition. I was really proud of that. Here's the Gilbert head with its colour scheme so far, but now we need some eyes. We rolled a 5 for painted eyes. So we're going to grab some of these 50mm dot eyes and spray them up bright shiny yellow like any monster deserves, and adding in these little black pupils, gluing them in place. And those are pretty monstery eyes. And then we're going to add some purple eyelids just to help give a grumpy look to the puppet to match the frown, and I think they look pretty grumpy. Really, really loving the look of it already, but now it's time for some features. And we have rolled a 1 for horns, 2 for teeth, and 14 for jewellery. So starting with our jewellery, we felt that this monster needed a tooth necklace, like teeth that he'd collected from all of his monster victims. Just like that. Kind of prehistoric too. And then for the horns, we decided to go with these pointy horns, and we sprayed them kind of this browny orangey colour. And the same for the little teethies too. But then we thought, as like a cool extra feature, because it's monstery, to flick some like blood stains on the horns. Again, from his monster victims, you know the ones. Screwing the horns on and gluing the teeth into place. And there we have our little monster reveals so far. They're nearly finished, but our final chaos dice of the day says that we must add an extra feature now. So we decided to give this prehistoric, grumpy little monster puppet an accessory. And so we carved up this EVA bone, just sanding it to the right shape, getting it to how we want it to look, and then we sealed it with a heat gun. And this goes really well with the monster theme and the prehistoric theme, and it was just fun! And so here we have our finished Gilbert head shape purple and orange monster. Genuinely, we had so much fun creating this. We have so much fun creating all of them, but definitely this was a fun challenge for us, so we hope you love it too. We hope you love the new head shape. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you would name this creature. Give them an unnecessarily detailed backstory in the comments down below. We love reading them so much. You're all so creative, and we were having so much fun even filming with this puppet. We were just laughing our heads off. So thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for enabling us. And they join the council to judge your fate. They're available for adoption, and we'll see you Wednesday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1244. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, with our head shape roll, and we have another 9 for another Gilbert head. So the dice decided to double up on Gilberts this week, but our first chaos dice says it must come from the mountain caves. So that's our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build, as always beginning by cutting out our reticulated foam and gluing it all together for the forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing it together when dry, making the foam and fleece mouthplate handles, gluing the chin on the mouthplate, and an S for sexy to glue it all to the fleece, which we then cut out so we can glue the mouthplate into the head, and here we have our puppet skeleton reveal so far. And it's time for colour scheme. So we are going to roll, and we have a 5 for yellow and a 2 for green. Giving Norwich City vibes right now. So because they come from a mountain cave, we wanted to go with this dark forest green for the fur. And we're going to draw around our patterns for the head shape. Cut it all out with the blade so we can then sew it together on the machine. And then we're going to draw around the hands and the arms in this yellow nyla fleece to cut it all out, which we then also sew together on the sewing machine. Now we decided with the body to go half fleece and half fur, and then the fleece bit which was exposed we were going to sew in a little belly button, because we just thought that would be cute, and then we're going to stuff the posable wire hands into the fleece. And then a nice sped up shot for sewing in the arm rod pockets in the fleece as well. Doll jointing the arms onto the body for our first little happy dance. But don't worry, the arms aren't going to be staying bare like that, because we're adding some more of the dark green fur, and we're going to have it coming about halfway down the arms so that the fleece looks like exposed skin of the puppet, and the fur is the fur, like the hair. Very mountain man, very cave dweller. This is what we're going with, kind of abominable snowman vibes. And then for our eye roll, we have a 2 for dot eyes. So, because they are a cave dweller, they're going to have massive black pupils, but to help it stand out against the green, we're adding these little pops of bright yellow fur. And there's our puppet so far, giving very much living in a cave, I think, but now it's time for features, and we have rolled an 8 for wings, 11 for eyelashes, and 9 for spikes and spines. These are challenging features, but first of all we had to trim a little bit of the fur around the jaw, and then we're going to spray up these spines yellow. Whilst they dry, cut out these foam eyelashes, which took some work to get under the eyes, but we managed it. And then we're going to screw on the 3 little spines, kind of staggered like this. And we added a little red tongue just to help differentiate between the mouth plate and the dark green fur. Finally, sewing up some little yellow foam wings. And then we're going to add a little bit of airbrush definition to help it look not so bright and colourful and more like a cave monster. Like this kind of brown, dirty kind of colour. Because they've been in a cave for years. And finally, our last chaos dice says we must add another feature now. So we're going to add in some teeth and dry brush them up. I can't hold things apparently, and we're just going to add that into the mouth to help, again, cut a little bit of definition between the green and the black. Just like that, so that you can see much more clearly when the puppet is opening its mouth. So there is the finished puppet. What do you think? This is another one of the dice knew what they were doing. This is a puppet we never would have created. We never would have put these features and colours together. But we hope you love it, especially Order 1244. Thank you again so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomised creation. Give us a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. They cannot wait to fly off and meet their new family. Thank you so much for watching and for supporting us. And they wave goodbye to the council that they loved to meet. And we will see you on Friday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1245. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomised puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, with our head shape, we have rolled an 8 for our round head. But our first chaos dice of the day says, turn it into a sea creature. So that's our theme for our build today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the whole process, which starts by cutting out our articulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together to make our forbidden honey sandwich. It's dry, we press it all together to form the shape. Then we start to get all of our pieces together to glue the mouth plate, and today we have a double S for super sexy. The mouth plate is then glued into the head of the puppet, and today, for a little bit of extra detail, again with the round head, we are putting these recesses for the eyes to sit in the foam just like that to help with the focus and the cuteness. And now onto colour scheme, we have a 6 for pink and a 1 for blue. So we're just grabbing our materials, and today we're going to work with another one of the pink F3 meters that we dyed up. Very different than the hot pink we were working with last week, and so we're just going to draw around our head pattern and glue it all onto the mouth. Then we're going to cut this pale baby blue fur for the body and sew it together on the machine. And then we move on to hand sewing the head, which in F3 is just a joy, to be honest. Then also in the F3 fleece, we're going to sew up the hands and the arms on the machine and then put in the posable wire hands. Attach the arms to the body with doll joints, and there we have our little happy dance. Colour reveal so far looking very, very cute, but obviously this puppet needs some eyes, so we have rolled a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for iris colour, and we have a 16 for deep, which works well because it was named after the ocean and this is a sea creature. So we're going to glue those irises into some 40mm cab eyes and screw them onto the head as normal. But we're actually going with one of your ideas from the comment section. We absolutely loved this idea of using the baubles as like goggles, and we thought this could be like underwater glasses. And it just looks so cute fitting over the cabochons. But now for features, we have a 12 for tail, 4 for tongue, and 15 for facial carving. So for the facial carving, we're going to grab this EVA foam and we're going to design a little pair of anglerfish antennae to go with the sea creature theme, and then we're going to airbrush it up a mix of light pink and light blue. And then we're going to glue those onto the head of the puppet, which are looking very cute already. And then we have our little cute heart-shaped tongue. And then we have this two-way sequin fabric, and in certain lights it kind of looks like fish scales as well. And we're going to sew that up into the puppet's tail. This was really difficult to sew because it kept breaking needles, but we worked with it and we put some wire in it and we doll jointed it onto the body, and here is our sea creature so far. Looking absolutely adorable, but we have our final chaos dice roll, which for the first time has landed on our wild card option, which means we need to get out our wild card bag. So in here we have a few cards with a few chaotic options on them, based on some D&D spells and curses, but more applicable to puppetry. So I'm going to shuffle them and put them back in the bag so we can choose our chaos for today. So here we go. We have chosen the balance card, which applies opposites to all of the rolls in next episode. So that'll be Monday's episode. There's nothing this card can do today, and I'll be able to talk about it more on Monday. But here we have our finished puppet. It's a pink and blue sea creature, and we had a lot of fun making this puppet. We really hope you love it, especially order 1, 2, 4, 5. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creation. They're really, really cute, and I think the added features worked really well. The facial carving, the goggles for under the sea. So thank you for watching this video. We really hope you enjoyed it. Share it with someone you know who loves puppets, and they wave goodbye to the council. They can't wait to fly off to their new home, and we will see you on Monday for our balanced rolls. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project, and today we have our wild card curse inverting all of our dice rolls, which is going to yield interesting results. So first of all, for our head shape, we've rolled a 2, which would normally be our tiny head, but the opposite on our sheet is a 7 for birdie. And our first chaos dice would normally be a monsterize it, but we're flipping it to make it more mythical. My brain is already glitching a little bit, but let's make our head shape out of the reticulated foam and keep in mind our theme throughout the whole build as we glue it all together to make our forbidden honey sandwich and then press it together when the glue is dry. Drawing our S for sexy on the mouth plate with a little heart today because it's a special day. Glue the mouth plate onto the black fleece for the inside of our mouth. Glue together the mouth straps and then glue all of that, glue all of that into the puppet's head, and here we have our puppet skeleton. Now I'm ready to do some mental gymnastics in the voiceover as we roll for our colour scheme. We have a 5 and a 9, which turns into a 4 for brown and a 10 for roll again. So on our roll again, we have a 5 and an 8, which turns into a 3 for red and a 10 for roll again. So our third roll, we have a 6 and a 9, which turns into a blue and another brown. So we're going to grab all of our fabrics, and we have some really interesting colours to work with today. Colours that only cursed dice could have chosen. So for the body and some of the head, we have this brown fur that has tufts of red in it, which is a really cool, unique fur that we wanted to show, so we're just cutting that out. And then we're using this blue fleece and sewing it together on the front of the head to almost look like a beak, and then gluing the brown and red fur around that because we're going with the birdie theme. And then just sewing the edges to help blend it, and then we're going to be cutting out this brown Fazelle fleece for the arms, sewing it together on the sewing machine, and then stuffing it with these little elbow joints. There's a lot to talk through today, and my voiceover is exhausting, but we are also sewing together some blue wings, because we're going for a very mythical bird phoenix creature. And after sewing in all this definition, we're then going to use the airbrush to help it look deeper and doll joint it onto the body, and there we have the winged puppet so far. Time for some eyes. So we have rolled a 1, which would normally be cabs, but of course we're odd. We're not odd. The eyes are odd. So we're going to start with this bright yellow dot eye, and then we're going to have a stark white one in contrast to it with a dot and some eyelids. Just like that. Very odd. The eye, not us. And now it's time for our features roll. So we have rolled a 19 and 2 3s. Now the 3s would normally be nose, but they turn into double accessories. And a 19 turns into spikes and spines. So to kill 2 puppets with 1 stone, we have these spikes and spines on this armoured piece of jewellery, which is an accessory, which looks so mythical and so cool. And then for the next accessory, we're actually going to make up this little satchel bag out of scraps of fabrics that we have, and it's a little potion bottle goes inside of it, because I feel like this mythical creature is like a healer. It's a very wise creature. And here we go, we're almost finished, but we have our final inverted chaos dice, which in non-Bizarro world was double or nothing, but we have to turn that into add an extra feature now. Which at first we were a little bit disappointed with because we felt like this puppet didn't need anything else and we didn't want to ruin it, but we added 2 little teethies, a little pair of fangs for this mythical creature, and here we have the finished puppet. What do you think? This was a really, really interesting episode for us. We never would have chosen blue with brown and red. Like, the dice really pushed us, and I think the dice were absolutely right. So let us know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. Give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory in the comments below, as you always do. We hope you enjoyed the little wild card mix-up, which really tested us, and hopefully we'll have more wild cards soon. And this puppet is available for adoption if any of you would like to take this mythical character home. But for now, they must join the council to help judge your fate. They must do their term. And we can now remove our balance card and lift the curse on our dice for next episode, and so we will see you Wednesday. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1250. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. So for our head shape, we've rolled a 4 for our tall head. But our first chaos dice of the day says that it must come from the mountain caves. So that's our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build, which as always starts by cutting out the reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive to make the forbidden honey sandwich, and pressing it together when the glue is dry. And then we have an S for small on the mouth plate today, which we then glue to the fleece and then put that into the head. Glue on the chin for this pattern. Press it all together, and there we have our little puppet skeleton. But it's now time for some colours. So we have rolled a 9 for black and a 7 for purple, which is a new combo alert, I think. So we're going to lay a little bit of the purple fleece on the head, but then we're going to add this EVA foam eyebrow as a little feature to help with the mountain cave theme. And then we're just going to glue the fleece into that brow ridge. And then we're going to add the black fur onto the rest of the head. Then for our arms and hands, we're going with the purple fleece, cutting it all out before sewing it together on the sewing machine. Then we're going to mark out our black fur for the body and cut that with the blade, and then sew all of that together on the sewing machine as well before attaching the arms to the body with a dull joint. And then we have our little happy dance, our little caveman happy dance. Before the big reveal, there is the colourful puppet so far, and it's time for eyes. So we have rolled a 4 for odd eyes, and we are going to go with 2 massively different sized pupils. We're going to use one of our biggest and one of our smallest sizes of glossy eyes together to create this nice contrast, just like that. And it also helps him to look like he's squinting, like he's just come out of a dark cave. And for features, we have a 20 for dealer's choice, a 9 for spikes, and a 3 for nose. So we wanted to do something a little bit different with the nose again, so we're carving this EVA foam nose, which we're then going to use the Dremel to shape into this very sort of bulbous nose. And then we're going to glue some more of the fleece to it so that it matches the face, just like this, giving very much caveman. And we're then going to sew that, as well as glue it, just for extra security, onto the head, and then hide the seams. And then we're going to use some of these little tiny 3D printed spikes, and we're going to use them as claws, as another thing that we haven't really shown on a puppet yet, but he can now scratch his nose. And then for dealer's choice, we're going to airbrush in a lot of detail. And here is the finished puppet so far. Thoughts, I have thoughts. But we have our final chaos dice roll, which says we must change one thing. So we struggled with this a little bit because the puppet was feeling finished to us, but we decided that one thing we could change was the size of the smaller pupil, and just go up one size, as the really, really tiny one had been hidden by the airbrush. But they're still vastly different sizes, and there we have our finished puppet. So what do you think? We really hope you love it, especially order 1250. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you this puppet. We absolutely love these 2 colours together. They're really vibrant but really dark, and we love the caveman theme. So give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. And this one was so much fun to create. It was so different than anything we've created in the series so far, so we hope you enjoyed it as well. But now they must wave goodbye to the council. They had a lot of fun, but they can't wait to fly off to their new home, and we will see you Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1251. Thank you for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. First, for our head shape, we have rolled a 2 for our tiny head. But we need some extra chaos, so our first chaos dice says it must come from an enchanted forest. So that is our theme for today that we'll be keeping in mind throughout the entire build. And as always, we're going to cut out our reticulated foam patterns on the bandsaw, glue it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, an S for small on the mouth plate, and then we're going to press everything together when dry, glue the mouth plate to the fleece, make the mouth plate straps, and then that all goes into the head for our puppet skeleton, just like this. And moving on to our colour scheme, we have a 2 for green and a 4 for brown. Both very foresty colours, so we're off to a good start. And so, keeping that theme in mind, we wanted to do something very different today for our enchanted forest creature. They've all been mainly fur before, and so we wanted this to almost look like a little elf or a little pixie. So it's mainly going to be made out of fleece, so we're just sewing that all together. Sewing the hands together with the arm rod pockets in, and then we're going to doll joint the arms onto the body for our first little happy dance. It's a very mild happy dance. And we're going to add a few tufts of this very golden brown fur on the cuffs and also the chest, and then we're going to sew a little belly button. And here is our enchanted foresty creature so far. Very cute, but it's time for eyes. We have a 1 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for iris, and we have a 17 for blood orange, which is definitely not a colour that I would have naturally chosen for the green fleece, but the dice know what they're doing. This is the point. So we're going to add on some eyelids and screw the eyes onto the puppet head. And they are looking very cute so far, but it's time for some features. So we have rolled a 20 for dealer's choice, an 8 for wings, and a 3 for nose. So wings go perfectly with our pixie kind of vibe, and we're going to show you a different type of wing again. We're making them out of wire, spraying them silver. And whilst they were drying, I found this little scrap of foam that looks exactly like a kingfisher, and I thought it was really cool. But moving on, we're making the nose whilst everything dries, and we're just carving out of EVA foam a very upturned pixie nose, although it looks very much like an elf at the moment. And whilst the glue dried on the nose, I kept obsessing over the kingfisher foam because why is it shaped like that? And then we were just continuing prototyping a couple different ear shapes that we thought would suit the puppet really well. And when we found a shape that we were really happy with, we hand sewed them onto the head. And then we moved on to finishing the wings. So we're gluing this iridescent cellophane fabric onto the metal frame that we made earlier, sewing it together as a pair, and then hand sewing that onto the body with really strong button thread. And for an extra enchanted touch, we're just super gluing on this little gem to the wings, gluing on the nose, and then hand sewing it in place. And then just adding another tuft of the golden brown fur onto the head. And here is the little enchanted pixie so far. We absolutely love him, but it's time for our final chaos dice, which says we must make them a friend. So we have these little clip-on craft butterflies, and we thought that would look really nice on an enchanted forest puppet. So we sprayed it up the same colour as the puppet, and we feel like it gives it advice, like it follows it around and helps it on its journey, and it's a little bit mischievous. We definitely have this very mystical and mischievous vibe with the puppet and the friend today. We absolutely love it, and we're very fond of pixies anyway, living on the edge of Dartmoor. So what do you think of the finished puppet? We really, really hope you love it, especially order 1251. Thank you again for trusting us to make you this randomized puppet. It was a really fun design with a couple of elements that we've never used before. It was great to show a new type of wing, a new type of friend. And thank you for watching, thank you for supporting us. Share this video with someone that you know would like it. They wave goodbye to the council and they can't wait to meet their new family. We'll see you on Monday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. So let's get right into it with our head-shaped roll. We have a 3 for our dino head. But of course we need a little bit more chaos than that, and our first chaos dice of the day says we must monsterize it. So that is our theme for today that we'll be keeping in mind throughout the entire build, starting as always, cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together, say it with me in the comments for the forbidden honey sandwich, pressing it together when dry, and then an S for something on the mouth plate, which we then glue with the fleece and the mouth straps and put it all together in the head. And here is our dinosaur skeleton so far, lumbering onto our set. I'm very excited to turn it into a monster. With the colour scheme, 2 4s for double brown. Very creative dice, thank you so much. So we're going to start with this gorgeous long brown white tipped fur, and we're going to cut that out for the body and then sew it all together on the sewing machine. And then for a nice contrast, we're going to go for this very rich browny burgundy colour and sew together the fleece for the hands and the arms. And then we're going to get some nice brown thread to hand sew the arm rod pockets into the hands. which we then doll joint onto the body for our first little happy dance. Do, do, dee, do, 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 do. And then with the same fleece, we're actually going to glue a little bit onto the snout of the dinosaur and hand sew that onto the head. And then pick out the seams, as always. Fazelle hides the seams so well. And then from like the brow of the puppet, we're going to sew more of this brown fur onto the head for a little bit of a crazy hairstyle, which he is absolutely rocking. And now we're going to move on to our eyes. We have rolled a 2 for dot eyes, and we're going to spray up some of these clear bauble eyes bright red, because this is a monster after all. And we thought red would go really nicely with the brown colour scheme, and so we're just going to attach those into the head with doll joints and a little bit more of that long fur. It is a look. And then we're going to add on these little dots for the eye reveal. It is giving monster. The dice most definitely know what they're doing already, but it's time for our features roll. So we have a 2 for teeth, 4 for tongue, and 17 for extra arms. Why do we always roll extras of something when the puppet is already doing the most? Here we have our 4-armed little happy dance, a chaos dance. And moving on to tongue, we really wanted this to be very monstery, so we went with this bright lime green sharp tongue. And then we added quite a few pointy teeth as well. And here is the monster puppet so far, almost finished, but we have our final chaos dice roll. As if this puppet could get any more chaotic, but we have rolled add another colour. Okay, so we decided to go with this jet black faux feather tail, which will look very intense and very monstery with the other colours, and we're just gluing that into place. It's giving dinosaur, and it's also giving bird, which makes sense. But here is our final finished monster puppet. What do you think? This one, as always, was a lot of fun to create. The dice really do push our creative boundaries. But I absolutely love this colour scheme. The reds and the browns go really well together, and then we've got the pops of green and black. It's giving monster, it's giving chaos, and we really hope you love it too. So, what name would you give it? Give us a detailed backstory in the comments. Thank you for watching. Thank you as always for supporting us. And they join the council to decide your fate until they can find their new home. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you Wednesday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1258. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. First, with our head shape roll, and we have an 8 for our round head. But the first chaos dice says we must monsterize it. So that is our theme for today, and we will be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build. As we cut our reticulated foam pattern out on the bandsaw, glue it together with the contact adhesive for the forbidden honey sandwich. Press it together when dry to form the shape. An S for sexy on the mouth plate. It's back, everyone. And then we make our 2 little forbidden ice cream sandwiches for the straps for the mouth plate, which gets glued into the head for our complete puppet skeleton so far. Just noticing he has no skin on, so for our colour scheme we have a 7 for purple and an 8 for orange. So just grabbing our materials, and we're going to start with this F3 fleece which we dyed this week. It's a very peachy orange and it's lovely. Starting on the head and also the hands. I'm going to sew the head together. And this takes a while, so let's move over to our hands, which we're going to cut out in the same fleece and then sew it all together on the sewing machine. And we're back, because this takes a really long time. Moving on to the fur, and we're going to try a completely new method on the body. Sewing together 2 opposite sides in orange and purple, doll jointing the arms onto the body, to get ready for our first little monster happy dance, and then the colourful reveal. Here is the puppet so far, absolutely loving it. Again, not colours I would put together, but the dice know what they're doing. So for eyes, we have a 3 for pro eyes, which can definitely help a puppet look very monstery. And the round head lends itself very well to a cyclops. And just behind the eye, we added tufts of fur on the opposite side to the body, which we think looks really cute. But now, time for our features roll. We have a 5 for ears, 2 for teeth, and a 13 for accessories. And we're going to start with our little monstery ears, and we're going to have some big chomps out of it. Some chomps, which we're going to cover in the same peachy orange fleece. Again, the F3 is just such a joy to work with. And it's giving very much dinosaur chicken nugget. And then we're going to find the perfect place for them by just pinning them and then hand sewing them onto the head. And then we're going to move on to these little pointy teeth, which we're going to glue in place. And there is the puppet so far, except where is the accessory? Oh my god, we've got a 2319! I need to tell you that we found that hilarious whilst we were recording it, but now moving on to our final chaos dice, it says we must add a colour. So for a nice pop of bright red in the mouth, we're going to add a little tongue and glue that in place into the puppet's mouth, and there we have the finished puppet. And we absolutely love this adorable monster so much. It's giving Monsters Inc. It's just absolutely adorable, and we hope you love it too, especially order 1258. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. Obviously, we never know what we're going to make on any given day. It's completely up to the dice, and so we were completely surprised by this character, but we love him so much. So, thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed it as well. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you to our brave customers, and they wave goodbye to the Puppet Council. They can't wait to fly off to their new home, and we will see you on Friday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1259. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. First off, with our head shape roll, we have a 10 for dealer's choice, and we decided to go with a Gilbert head shape, but then our first chaos dice said we must give it a cuteness overload. So we really did give ourselves a bit of a challenge there, but starting as always by cutting out our articulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for the, say it with me, forbidden honey sandwich, pressing it all together when dry, and then a something on the mouth plate, a question mark. But then also an S for sexy on the other side, which then gets glued to our fleece mouth plate and glued into the head of the puppet. And we're waiting for a delivery with our black fleece, and because this one has a cuteness overload, we have a peachy pink mouth plate. And next we're going to roll for our colour scheme. So we have a 4 for brown and a 6 for pink. So we're going to grab our materials and focus mainly on a couple different shades of pink. So starting off with this baby pink nyla fleece, we're going to cover half of the head of the puppet, as well as cut out the arms and the hands and sew that all together on the sewing machine. Then we're going to do a little bit of hand sewing on the head, and because I know some of you like to see it, we're also picking out the seams. Then we're going to cut out this bright pink fur and attach that to the puppet's head as well, sewing it in place. And then using that same pink fur, we're going to cover the body. Sew it all together on the sewing machine, and then we're going to move on to doll jointing the arms onto the puppet, ready for our first little happy dance. Then for the brown, we actually decided to use this little heart-shaped patch on the belly for the cuteness, theme, and the colour scheme, and I just pinned it into place so that we could shave the pink fur down before we could glue and sew it into place, just like that. And then for a few extra features with the brown fur to link it all together, we have cuffs, and then we also made little space buns which we hand sewed into the hair. And it's giving very much poodle that lives with a rich family right now. Very cute, very fluffy. I love the heart shape, but now let's roll for our eyes. We have a 2 for our dot eyes. So I started with these little pink eyelids, which we attached to some of our 40mm eyes, and then these little strips of black foam to line the eyes before we added in our big 20mm dots. These eyes are going to look as big and as cartoony as possible on the puppet, just like this, for lots of personality and lots of cuteness. But now our features roll. So we have rolled an 11 for eyelashes, 13 for accessories, and 14 for jewellery. So starting with our eyelashes, I'm just super gluing on some of these really wispy ones. And then for the jewellery, we have gone with these rose gold beads, which we're going to turn into little bracelets matching on both sides with the tufts of fur. They're not beads, but you knew what I meant. And then for accessories, we have these little pink bows, which we're gluing onto each space bun. How adorable is this puppet looking so far? But we have, of course, our final chaos dice roll, which says that we must add an extra feature now. So really the only thing that we felt this puppet was missing was a tongue, which we did decide to add. But let us know if you think that tongue should be completely standardized and taken off the features roll, because we feel like every puppet needs a tongue. But here is the finished character for today. What do you think? We hope you love it, especially Order 1259. Thank you again so much for trusting us to make you this randomized puppet. This pushed us really creatively, like how do you turn a deep frown into a cute puppet? But we tried our best, and again, we really hope you love it. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for supporting us. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. And orders are of course now open for next week's randomized creations as well. But first, they must wave goodbye to the council. They had a lot of fun. We hope you love them, and we will see you on Monday for another council member. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. So let's get started, as always, with our head-shaped roll, and we have a 2 for our tiny head. So the dice really said, I hate change, but our first chaos dice of the day says that it lives in an enchanted forest. So there's our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build, starting by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, of course, pressing the foam together when the glue is dry, and today we have a T for tiny on our mouth plate, which we're then going to glue together on the black fleece. Glue that into the head, and then for something a little bit different with this head shape, we're actually going to build a foam snout, because we wanted to go more like an animal with this enchanted forest creature rather than a pixie, which we've done quite a few times. So we have a little snout, a little animal nose, but now for our colours we have a 4 for pink and a 6 for black, which when we started grabbing the materials for this, it was giving us very much mole. So we glued the fleece down into the snout, which from this moment on, I was head over heels in love with this puppet. Look at the little snout. And then we're going to glue some of this black fur on top of the head, and then hand sew it in place. It's giving mole, it's giving cute. And then with the same pink fleece, we're going to make the hands and the arms and sew that up on the sewing machine. And then hand sew the arm rod pockets into place. Just like that. And then the same black fur as the head, we're going to sew together for the body. And then of course, doll joint the arms onto the body for our first little happy dance. And here is our little enchanted animal so far, and I think they need some eyes. Now we're about to go on a journey, because first of all, we rolled a 4 for painted eyes. And we had this vision of very like brown, beigey, amber eyes, so we 3D printed some 30mm blanks. Rather than cabs, we wanted something a little bit different, and so we airbrushed them this browny beige colour. And they looked beautiful, they painted beautifully, but they did not work on the puppet, so we ended up resanding them and painting them this black glossy colour, which then needed some eyelids, and so we have some pink fleece, which looked really cute, and then we layered that up, and then we added a little white fleck for a highlight, and then shaded in between the eyelids for some definition. And there we have the puppet so far, looking very cute, but we now need some features. So we have rolled a 3 for nose and 2 4s for double ears. Now we haven't rolled double ears since episode 2, but we're going to start with our nose. And this black animal nose worked absolutely perfect on the end of the snout. And then for our first pair of ears, we're just going to cut out the black fur and sew it all together, and then hand sew them in place before we move on to our second set of ears, which are going to be a much smaller little pink ear. Again, sewing them together, just pinching them like this, and then hand sewing them onto the head, which gave nice definition. And then we're moving on to hand sewing this little peachy tongue and gluing it into place in the puppet's mouth, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then for the Enchanted Forest theme, we're just going to attach this little flower and leaf combo, which works so well in the black fur of the puppet's hair. And now we need to roll our final chaos dice. We actually had a visitor in the workshop today, and he said that this puppet looked cursed but adorable, so thank you, Sam, but our chaos dice says add another colour. So to help with the Enchanted Forest theme, we thought this beautiful olive green would work best, and we hand sewed a little patch into the head and around the cuffs of the puppet. And there we have the finished design. We love it so, so much, and we're really glad that we leaned towards an animal sort of theme, which is really different from anything we've done on the series so far. The colours look great, the nose looks great, the added foam features we think have really worked with the puppet. But what do you think? What would you name this character? Give them an insanely detailed backstory in the comments down below. We hope you enjoyed watching it as much as we enjoyed making it for you. And thank you as always for your support, but it's now time for them to join the council to help judge your fate. They are available for adoption if you would like to take them home, along with Hammond from last week. Thank you for watching and we'll see you Wednesday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1263. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. First, with our head-shaped roll, we have an 8 for our round head. But, of course, we have our first chaos dice of the day, which says that we must give it a cuteness overload. So that is our theme for today that we'll be keeping in mind throughout the entire build, which, as always, begins by cutting out the reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, and then pressing it together when the glue is dry to the touch. Then, moving on to our mouth plate, we have our S for sexy, and we're going to glue that all together onto the fleece for the mouth plate. Cut the fleece to the shape of the wooden mouth plate, and then we're going to glue that into the head of the puppet. And we decided to build up some extra foam on the cheeks to help with the cuteness. And it is giving very much Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope right now. But it's time for our colour scheme, and we have rolled a 9 for yellow and a 3 for green. NCFC coming through again, so we're going to grab our fabrics. And we have this really vibrant, gorgeous yellow F3 that we've dyed this week, which we're going to use as the head and the arms for the puppet. So I'm going to thread my needle to get ready to hand sew the head. And one of these days I'll show you a video of how long this actually takes and not speed it up. But now moving on to this lime green fur for the body, which we're going to sew together, and then make the hands and the arms out of the yellow fleece. This is always one of my favourite shots. It's very satisfying. And there's the puppet before we sew up the neck tube, and then we're just doll jointing the arms onto the body for our first little hyper happy dance. And there is our colourful little puppet so far, looking very cute, but it's time for some eyes. So, we have rolled a 6 for dealer's choice. We're very lucky today, we get to choose the eyes, and so we went for these glossy black beady eyes. Just finding the placement first, and then clicking them into place like this. Very cute, very cartoony, very simple, and now it's time for some features. So, we have rolled 2 9s for double eyebrows and 20 for dealer's choice again. What a blessing from the dice gods. So, for our dealer's choice, we chose some floppy ears, which we sewed the green and the yellow together, and they're very much like floppy rabbit ears, and we thought that would look adorable. So, after we sewed them in place, we moved on to cut these little green tufty eyebrows, and then a second set in front of these bright yellow eyebrows as well. Glue in the tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and there we have our puppet so far. Very, very cute and almost finished, but we have our final chaos dice. So here we go. The dice says that we must change one thing. So the only thing that we could think to change was the bright red tongue in the red mouth, and so we went with a baby pink tongue and sewed that up in this fleece and attached that into the mouth of the puppet for a nice little contrast. And it just looks so adorable! Here is the finished puppet reveal. We absolutely love them, and we hope you do too. Especially Order 1263. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creation. This was such a joy to create. We had the cuteness, we had the colours, the F3, and the blessings from the dice gods. What more could you want from a puppet build, really? So again, thank you so much for watching this video. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for supporting us. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. Share this video with someone you know loves puppets. They cannot wait to fly off and meet their new family. But first, they must, out of respect, wave goodbye to the council that they never got to join. Thanks for watching, and we will see you on Friday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1264. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, with our head-shaped roll, and we have a 12 for dealer's choice. But first, we must of course roll our first chaos dice of the day, which says monsterize it. And so we decided to go with our long snout head pattern. And so with that theme in mind throughout the entire build, we're going to get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our, of course, forbidden honey sandwich of today, and then pressing it all together when the glue is dried to form the shape. We've got an S for sexy on our mouth plate today, and we glue both sides of the mouth plate down with a hinge onto the black fleece and cut it all out so we can glue it into the foam head of the puppet. As always, as we always do. And get ready for our first little puppet skeleton. There they are, looking very excited, and it's time for our colour scheme. So we have rolled a 4 for pink and a 3 for green. So we're going to grab our colours, and today we're going to be working with this forest green F3 fleece that we dyed this week. I know a lot of you were looking forward to some deeper greens and more rich tones, so we hope you like this green. And we're just going to start by cutting out all of the fleece and sewing it together on the sewing machine. But for the head fleece, I hand sewed it, and thank you for everyone who joined us on live. That was a terrifying experience. But I will definitely try going live again with some sewing little sneak peeks, so watch out for that. And we're just double jointing the arms onto the body for our first little monster dance, which got a little bit carried away, but here is the colourful, stripy pink and green puppet so far. It's looking great, but it needs some eyes, and we have rolled a 3 for odd eyes. That works really well with the monster theme, and so we're just going to spray up some of these clear plastic eyes, one green and one pink, so that they're odd sizes and odd colours. And then we're just lining up the pupils before pressing them into place. And here is our little puppet, and it looks like it has one arm for some reason, but it does have two. And now onto our features roll, we have a 9 for eyebrows, a 12 for prop, and a 6 for airbrush. So we're actually going to go big bushy unibrow for this puppet in the pink fur, and then moving on to the prop, we are cutting out this EVA foam sort of spear weapon prop for the puppet. We wanted to go very like dungeon monster with it. So we're spraying it up silver, and then we attached it to this stick and then wrapped this hessian rope around it. And then for the airbrush, we're going to give it a little nostril flare, like a dragon, like a little monster, adding some definition. And then finally, because say it with me, every puppet needs a tongue, we have this lime green fleece tongue. The puppet is looking really great so far, but we have, of course, our final chaos dice to roll. And it says, for the second time ever, wild card. Which is a little bit daunting, a little bit nerve-wracking, but also very exciting because who doesn't love more chaos? So I'm just super quick speeding up my shuffling process because I'm not a good shuffler. What do you call a shuffler? A shuffy? And then closing up the bag, just shaking them all together, and then I'm going to choose my wild card. You may notice that these are different wild cards than I used last time because I was so ashamed of my handwriting I rewrote them. But we have the star card, 2 defining qualities are greatly enhanced, 2 extra features rolled for the next episode. So Monday's character will have 5 features, keep an eye out for that, but here we have today's finished creature. What do you think? We hope you love it, especially order 1264. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creation. They are definitely unique, definitely giving us monster vibes. I love the colour scheme. What do you think of the deeper tones of F3 fleece that we dyed? And of course, this really fun monstery prop. But thanks for watching. We hope you did enjoy it. Share it with someone you know who loves puppets. But first, they must wave goodbye to the council, even though it looks like he's threatening them with his spear. He absolutely cannot wait to fly off to his new home and meet his family. And we will see you on Monday for the star card. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. So let's get started, as always with our head-shaped roll, and we have a 6 for our long snout, which is the same as last episode, but the dice know what they're doing, and our first chaos theme of today is to turn it into a sea creature, which is the chaos theme that we've definitely seen the least of in this series, so that'll be really interesting. Starting as always by cutting the reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, pressing it together when the glue is dry to form the shape, and then we make our forbidden ice cream sandwich. Draw our S for sexy on the mouth plate, and then we glue that all together in the mouth plate to go into our puppet skeleton of today. Looking very cute but ready for some colours, and so we have rolled a 3 for green and a 7 for orange, which is definitely not colours that I would have put together, but again, we're trusting the dice. Starting by cutting our 2-tone fur for the body shape and sewing it together on the sewing machine. And then for the majority of the puppet, we have this beautiful hand-dyed rust orange F3 fleece, which turned out really well, and we love this colour. So we're just cutting the head fleece and we're going to glue that onto the foam. And then also the hands and the arms, which we're going to sew together on the sewing machine. And then I'm going to move on to pinning the head shape, and then I'm going to hand sew it all together. Looks very uncomfortable for the puppet as I'm squeezing its nose, but then we're going to make the arms out of these foam tubes. And we actually had a special visitor in the workshop today. We had Claire, our brilliant friend from Broken Puppet, and she had this great idea to cut these little foam sucker pads to go on the tentacle arms we made. So we're going to airbrush them up, a nice contrasty peach orange colour to go on the arms, which we're going to glue in place, and I think they look really, really fantastic. And I'm then going to doll joint the tentacle arms onto the body just in time for our first little sea creature happy dance. And here is the puppet reveal so far. I think the tentacle arms work really, really well, but now it's time for some eyes. And we have rolled a 2 for cabs, which means we must roll for our iris colour, and we have an 11 for poppy, which is again a colour I wouldn't have chosen for this colour scheme or this theme, but the dice know what they're doing. And we chose to put them on these little stalks, which I'm just hand sewing onto the head, and I think they look really, really great. They're obviously very unique and they're very sea creaturey, so I think they look really cool. But now it's time for our features, and our first roll we have a 3 for nose and 2 11s for double tail. But of course we have our wild card rolling over from last episode, so our second features roll we have a 9 for eyebrows and a 19 for roll again. So our final features roll is a 5 for facial hair and a 12 for prop. The dice saw an opportunity for chaos and they took it. We have 6 features on this puppet. So we're going to start by gluing on this lime green eyebrow fur, and then we had the idea to use these sucker pads as nostrils for the nose feature, and add in some of the lime green fur for facial hair as like nose hair, which is definitely something we haven't shown before, so that was really fun. And then for the prop, we're going to make this EVA foam trident, because what sea creature doesn't need their own trident? So we're just carving it, heat sealing it, and then spraying it gold. And then we're adding a bracket for it to fit into the hand, and then we're just decorating it a little bit. And then moving on to the 2 tails. So we're going to sew together some green and orange fleece. We're going to make 2 of them and then hand sew them onto the body of the puppet. And here we are, the reveal so far. They're looking absolutely amazing, but it is time for our final chaos dice roll, which says we must add an extra feature now. So for our 7th feature, we decided this puppet needed some sea-themed jewellery, and we gave them this gold shell necklace, which really does finish them off. So here we go, our finished puppet. What do you think? We absolutely loved making them. We hope you enjoyed this video too. This is definitely a very long one because of the extra features, the wild card, the chaos. This episode has been a lot. It's definitely not a minimalist puppet, but the dice have really surprised me again. The colour scheme and the theme go really well together. I absolutely love this one. So give them a name in the comments down below. Give them a detailed backstory. Let us know what you think. Share this video with someone you know that loves puppets. Of course, they must now join the council to help judge your fate. They can't wait to potentially be taken home by one of you in the future. But quickly, we forgot to add a tongue, and every puppet needs a tongue, so we quickly made up this bright red tongue out of F3 fleece and glued it into the puppet's mouth. The day is saved. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you Wednesday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1272. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always with our head shape roll, and today we have a 2 for our tiny head, But, of course, we have our first chaos dice of the day, and it says that it must come from the mountain caves. So that's our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build, which, as always, starts by cutting out the reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. We glue it all together with our contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, which is looking delicious, and then we have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, whilst we're waiting for the glue to dry on the foam so we can press it all together when it's ready. Then we're going to cut out our mouth plate on this black fleece, and then we're going to glue on our forbidden ice cream sandwiches before gluing it all into the head of the puppet. Just in time for our first puppet skeleton reveal. And now it's time for our colour scheme. So we have rolled a 5 for purple and a 10 for roll again. And our second roll we have a 4 for pink and a 1 for red. So we have an interesting colour combination here, but we're going to start by grabbing our fabrics. And we have this rich purple dyed F3 fleece to start today, alongside this very deep wine red faux fur. And so we're going to draw around our patterns and start cutting out all of our fabrics. We've got some purple fleece for the head and the arms of the puppet, and then the red fur for the body, which we're going to cut out and then sew it all together on the sewing machine. And then I had to try and find the colour match for the thread for the face of the puppet, and we had just enough of this perfect purple thread. Like, it's the exact same colour. I was so happy. So we're just hand sewing the head, and then we are going to sew up the arms in the fleece on the sewing machine. And then, of course, once we've stuffed them and sewn up the arm rod pockets, they get doll jointed onto the body for our first little happy dance. And then, of course, to incorporate the pink, we had this cool idea to have like a kind of a hat or like a topper to the puppet, but it made it look like the puppet was a living mushroom, which we hand sewed onto the head, and it looks so cool. Like a cave creature where the mushroom is growing out of the puppet's head rather than on a stalk. We thought it was really cool. And now for our eye roll, we have a 6 for dealer's choice. And whenever we think of caves, we think of black glossy eyes. And with this small head shape, we think they always look the cutest. So we've actually gone for odd-sized eyes. And here we have it, looking very cute, I think. But of course, we need some features. So we have a 1 for teeth, a 6 for airbrush, and a 16 for accessories. So for teeth, we wanted to do something that we haven't shown before. And so we have this nice long row of EVA carved foam teeth, which just looks so cute when they're glued in, little teethies. We absolutely love them. And then moving on to airbrush, we wanted to darken the edge of the mushroom hat, but then also add in some detail, some lines. And then, of course, a little round heart tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then moving on to our accessories, we wanted them to have a little satchel for all of their little mushroom picking that they're going to do, with this really cool steampunk button, which we're going to sew on. And we're going to give them 3 little mushrooms to help get them started on their first journey out of the cave in a while. And here is the finished puppet so far. They are really fun and almost finished, but we have our final chaos dice roll. So here we go. Our dice says that we must make them a friend. So we're going to make them a little matching buddy. So we're going to sew up some of the red fur with a little matching pink mushroom hat. Scaled down, it's very cute. And then we're going to sew that onto the finger puppet with tiny odd eyes as well. And then we're just going to add in some definition to the hat. And here is the finished project. So this little finger puppet actually does fit onto the puppet's hand. They look so cute together as a little pair off on their mushroom picking adventures. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you love it, especially order 1272. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creation. We had a lot of fun. They're definitely very unique. They're lovely colours. We've got the little teeth, the little satchel. The whole thing is just adorable, and we hope you love it. They're having a quick hug, but now they must wave goodbye to the council. They had a lot of fun. They can't wait to fly off to their new home. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on Friday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1273. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. Firstly, with our head-shaped roll, we have an 11 head-shape debut for Horace. We finally get to show you the Horace head shape, which is very exciting, but we have our first chaos dice, which tells us that we must monsterize it, which will be an interesting combination. So, getting started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, which is looking delicious today, and then we have our S for sexy on the mouth plate, which all gets glued together, and then we press the foam pattern together when the glue is dry, and then we cut out the fleece for the mouth plate. And here is Horace so far, so this head shape is meant to look like very much an animal with a snout, so that's cool. And now for our colour scheme, we have a 3 for green and a 9 for yellow. So we have this lime green dyed F3 fleece that we're going to be working with on the head of the puppet, as well as sewing together the arms in the same fleece on the sewing machine. And then I'm going to pin the head shape pattern in place and hand sew it. As always, you've seen me do this a million times now, well, 48 times. But this is quite a complicated head pattern to sew, so it took a little bit longer than normal. And then we're going to go with a mix of green and yellow fur on the body of the puppet. Sew it up together, you know what I mean. And then we're going to lay a couple of different layers of green and yellow fur on the head as well. It's giving Grinch right now. And sew that all in place to make sure it's extra secure, and then hairspray it because you got to. And then, of course, doll joint the arms onto the body so we can have our first little monster happy dance. Ready for the colourful puppet reveal, looking very monstery, absolutely loving it so far, but now we need some eyes. And we have rolled a 4 for painted eyes. Now monster and a yellow colour scheme, we need yellow eyes, and then I went for jungle irises, glued them in place. They have nice little flecks of green and red and they look kind of monstery while still being cute. We didn't want the puppet to look scary. And I just love the way that cab eyes look. So we are ready for our big reveal. What do you think of this little creature and the Horace head shape so far? But we must now roll for our features. And we have a 14 for lips, 3 for nose, and 16 for accessories. So with the monster theme and the head shape that we've got, we wanted to accentuate the snout and the nose of the puppet. And so we sprayed up this green horn, which just looks so good, and we wanted it to look like it was growing out of the face of the puppet. And then for lips, we're carving this foam lip and then sewing it into place on the bottom jaw. And then we added a little bit of definition just around the bottom lip and also the nose of the puppet. And then for accessories, we decided this little dude absolutely needed a button-up shirt. What? He's so cute! And then, of course, as always, every single puppet needs a tongue. So it has a little red heart-shaped tongue. And here is the almost finished reveal. But we have another chaos dice to roll. And it says that we must change one thing. So this one is always very interesting and very difficult because everything is attached so securely that it takes ages to get anything off. But we decided that the lip wasn't doing the puppet justice, and so we changed it for a little tuft of hair to match the back of the head. Already looking a lot better, I think. It really finished the puppet off. But what do you think? We hope you love it, especially order 1273. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized creation. They cannot wait to meet you. They cannot wait to fly off to their new home. So thank you for watching this video. Share it with someone that you think would love this puppet. Drop the name suggestions in the comments. And now they must wave goodbye to the council. They had a lot of fun, and we will see you on Monday for another episode. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And let's get started, as always, with our head shape roll, and we have an 8 for our round head, but we must consult our first chaos dice of the day, which has some new additions on it, such as today's choice of Animalize It. So we'll be keeping that theme in mind as we cut out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, glue it all together to make our forbidden honey sandwich, and then press it all together when the glue is dry to form our shape, an S for sexy on the mouth plate, and then we make our forbidden ice cream sandwiches and we glue it all into the head. And now we're working on some extra foam additions to the front of the face to help it look almost like a muzzle, a snout of an animal, carved in EVA foam and glued onto the front of the face, just like this. It will all make sense in a moment, don't worry. I know it looks like a lot right now, but let's roll for our colours. And we have 2 2s for double blue. The well-known famous blue animals that we all have, you know. So we're going to start by attaching some of this blue fleece around the muzzle of the puppet, the snout, and really getting it into all of that definition that we made. And then we're going to have a fur and a fleece body, just trimming some of the excess fleece on the head. And then as someone who has a belly button piercing, I can confirm this is exactly how it feels. Little belly button surgery on the fleece puppet. And then we're going to have just the paws of the puppet as fleece and the rest of the hands and the arms out of fur, because we want it to look like a little cat. So we're just sewing up the hands right there, and then from kind of the forehead of the puppet back we have this blue fur, sewing up the arm rod pockets so that we can doll joint the arms onto the body for our first little kitty cat happy dance. Ready for our colourful reveal, just like that. I know it's looking wild at the moment, but trust us, it does get there. And now we need some eyes. So we have rolled a 3 for odd eyes. And we really wanted to go expressive and cartoony and big cab eyes with this one. So we've gone with odd iris colours as opposed to odd sizes this time for something a little bit different. Blue eyelids, and then we have gone with this black foam strip for definition. It helps make the eyes look really big and really cartoony, and we just loved it with this style of puppet. And here it is so far, absolutely loving it. But now it is time to roll for our features. So 3d20, and we have a 17 for jewellery, 4 for ears, and a 12 for prop. I'm glad we rolled ears because a cat definitely needs it, but we actually, first of all, for jewellery, 3D printed this little fish necklace, which we thought looks really cute. And then of course we needed a glossy black nose to complete the theme. And then we're going to cut out the ears of the puppet in this foam, and we're going to cover the front of it in the blue fleece and the back of it in the fur. Hand sew them all together, and then hand sew them onto the head of the puppet as well, which look really, really cute. And then we also decided to go along with the nose and the cat theme, we have these little whiskers, which just looked so cute. And of course, every single puppet needs a tongue, so we're just gluing that in, adding a little bit of definition and freckles around the whiskers. And then for prop, we have this little blue cat toy, which is adorable and also matches the fleece colour, goes with the theme, gets stuck in his whiskers. He's having a great time. But we must roll our final chaos dice of the day, which says that we must add an extra feature now. So the only thing that this puppet was really missing was a couple of little teeth, because every cat needs teeth. We're just sanding them down and we're going to glue them into the mouth, and they're made out of EVA foam. And here we have the final puppet reveal. What do you think? We absolutely love them. I love the colour scheme, and we really enjoyed working with a new theme. Hopefully you enjoyed seeing us showcase an animal style puppet, which is something we haven't shown you on the series so far. The ears worked well, the prop worked well, the jewellery is adorable, and we really hope you guys agree. So help us give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory in the comments down below. Share this video with someone you know who loves puppets. And this little kitty cat is available for adoption as soon as they have finished serving on the council to help decide your fate. Can't forget their little cat toy prop. We will see you on Wednesday for another new episode. Thanks for watching. Bye! Welcome back to episode 50 of Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1274. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started with our head shape roll. We have a 7 for our birdie head. So let's roll for our chaos theme for today, and we have another brand new one, which is sci-fi. This was such a highly requested chaos theme, and sci-fi is going to mean anything from aliens, space, future, dystopian, lots of stuff. So we're getting started as always with our reticulated foam forbidden honey sandwich. Pressing it all together to form the shape, and then we have S for sci-fi on the mouth plate, which of course we're going to glue together on the black fleece with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches as the mouth straps. And then that all gets glued into the birdie head for our first little puppet skeleton reveal. And it is now time, of course, to roll for our colours, and we have a 2 for blue and a 5 for purple. So let's grab our colours, and we're going to be working with some of this beautiful royal blue F3 fleece that we dyed. drawing around our pattern for the head shape of the puppet. And also today for this little sci-fi creature, we're going to be using the same blue fleece for the body and sewing that together on the sewing machine. And the head, of course, gets sewn together by hand, which can be a lot of work, but it's satisfying and is definitely worth it. And then the hands and the arms get sewn up on the sewing machine as well, before being doll jointed onto the body for our first little sci-fi happy dance, which how does that even go? And then for some pops of purple colour, we're going to be sewing together these little wrist cuffs and also arm cuffs, which we're going to be sewing on, and we wanted them to almost look like a very futuristic outfit. Then I found some alien language and I cut out some purple fleece, which we sewed onto the chest of the puppet. Then we decided to twist up some of this wire so that the puppet could have posable antennae, which we then wrapped in some of the same blue fleece and sewed that up together. And then once they were all sewn up, we sewed them onto the head and attached a little bit of purple fur as well. Here is our colourful little sci-fi puppet so far, looking adorable. And it's time for some eyes. And we have a 2 for cab eyes, which means we need to roll for our iris colour. And we have a 7 for night sky, which is literally the perfect iris for a sci-fi creature. I love these irises so much, and we never get to use them very much because not a lot of people want them. They don't look human. But look how perfectly they go with this puppet's theme, and we added some purple eyelids as well. Really happy with the progress so far, but of course it is time to roll for our features. So we have a 1 for teeth, an 11 for tail, and an 8 for spikes and spines. But first we must add in a little tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. And for teeth we've gone for these rounded 3D printed ones. We wanted the puppet to look kind of goofy and cartoony and approachable in space. And then we sewed up this fleecy tail as well and doll jointed it onto the body. And then we airbrushed up some of these 3D printed spines in purple. And you can't see them just yet because they are going down the back of the puppet. And we also gave him a little sprayed gold blaster gun as well because why not? He's from space. But our final Chaos Dice prompt says we must double or nothing. So we decided to double up on some more spines and we stuck them to the back of the head so it looks like it's going all the way down the back. And here is the finished puppet reveal. What do you think? We hope you love it, especially Order 1274. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We hope you're enjoying these new prompts on the Chaos Dice as well. We really are. It's so nice to have completely different ideas to work with. And we absolutely love this F3 quirky alien creature. He absolutely comes in peace. He is just exploring. He means you no harm. And he cannot wait to meet his new family here on Earth. So thank you for watching this episode, and thank you for watching 50 episodes of this series. We're absolutely blown away. We have an exciting announcement coming tomorrow. He blows bubbles at the council, and we will see you on Friday for another episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1275. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, with our head shape roll, and we have a 9 for our Gilbert head. But of course, we must roll our first Chaos Dice to get our theme. And the dice gods have decided that we must animalize it again. So we'll be keeping that in mind throughout the entire build, which starts, as always, with our reticulated foam, cutting it out on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, and then waiting for all of that glue to dry so that we can press it together to form the shape. And then we have an S for sexy on the mouth plate, which we glued together on the black fleece with our forbidden ice cream sandwiches, which is all glued into the head for our puppet skeleton. And moving on to colours, we have rolled a 7 for orange and a 1 for red. So we're going to grab our materials and start thinking about our theme. Now we have orange shaggy fur, we have a downturned frowny face, and we're looking for an animal. So we decided to go for like a Highland cow, but like a grumpy one. So we carved this EVA foam nose, which we will attach later, but first we have to hand sew the fleece onto the head and start cutting out the fur for the body and the rest of the head. And we wanted to do something different with the hands for this puppet, and sticking on theme, we wanted to create hooves. So we sewed them together and they're still posable like our normal hands. We're just doll jointing them onto the body for our first little happy dance. And now it is a time to attach the nose. And once that's glued on, we just attach the rest of the fur, and then I forgot to film the colour reveal, and now it's time to roll for eyes. We have a 4 for painted eyes. So we have these big, flat 50mm dot eyes, and we're just going to be spraying them up like a beigey, dusty bone colour. And we want these eyes to be hidden under the shaggy fur, like he can't see very well, like we want the fur to come down over the eyes, so this colour will help them blend in. Glue it all down, and here we have the colourful puppets so far. Absolutely loving them, but it's now time to roll for some features. So here we go. We have a 2 for horns, 20 for dealer's choice, and 16 for accessories. So starting with dealer's choice, we definitely want this puppet to have ears. So we're going to sew both types of fabric together, the red on the inside and the orange on the outside, and stuff them with the foam before folding them in half and hand sewing them onto the puppet's head. Just like that, with some strong thread, and making sure we get them in the right place, which is always tricky. And then moving on to the horns, we went for just a slightly different colour than the eye colour, so that they'll have a little bit of definition coming out of the fur. Then we're just going to screw them in place on the head like that. Moving on to a tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. We've gone for this long pink cartoony fleece tongue, which I think looks really great in this Gilbert style of mouth. And finally, for accessories, we got this little mini cowbell that we're going to attach to the puppet's neck, which just looks so cute and is so different and makes a lot of noise. But we thought that was a cool idea for the accessory, and here we have the puppet so far nearly finished, but we have our final chaos dice to roll. So here we go, and it says that we must add an extra feature now. So as the extra feature, we're going to give the puppet some jewellery, and we're also going to hopefully make a lot of you happy who've been asking for piercings as jewellery. And we're going to attach this nose ring to the puppet, which again is something quite different. It's something that we haven't shown on the series before, so hopefully you are enjoying these new chaos prompts. They're a lot of fun for us. We absolutely love this puppet, and we hope you do too, especially order 1275. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this puppet. We love the colours, and we love the features of this puppet, the posable hooves, the musical necklace, everything about it. Really, really fun to make. So thank you for watching. Thank you so much for supporting us. As always, here's to the next 50. And if you're watching this and cows are your favourite animal, then this one was for you as well. But now, he must wave goodbye to the council. He had a lot of fun, but he cannot wait to meet his new family. Share this video with someone you know who loves puppets, and we'll see you on Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. Thank you everyone for your patience and kind words about Monday's episode, but this one's for you, order 1281. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet, and let's get started. We have, for our head shape, a 5 for our bimble head. I feel like we haven't seen the bimble in a long time, so I'm happy about that, but our first chaos dice says that we must make it mythical and enchanted. So that's our theme, and we'll be keeping it in mind as we start our build by cutting our reticulated foam out on the bandsaw, and then gluing it all together with the contact adhesive so we can have our forbidden honey sandwich, and then press it all together when the glue is dry. And then on the mouth plate we have the forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and S for sexy, so we can glue it all together with the black fleece and then glue it into the puppet's head for our first skeleton reveal. It's good to see the bimble back again, and now we're moving on to our colour scheme. We have a 2 for blue and a 7 for orange. Now at first I was like, oh, those aren't very mythical colours, and then we thought about it and we tried to gain some more inspiration, and we loved the idea of like a fire and ice contrasting theme. So we have this very pale blue F3 fleece, which we're hand sewing on the head and then sewing the arms on the machine. And then this very pale icy blue fur for the body as well. And a video taken moments before disaster, someone sewed through their finger on the machine, which kind of killed the mood for the happy dance, but then we have this vibrant burnt orange fur, and we love the idea of it being like the fire in contrasted to the icy blue on the body. And moving on to the eyes, we have a 4 for painted eyes. So we're going to spray up some cabs, a very pale frosty blue colour. And then we wanted some irises that had both sorts of colours on them, and so this is blue with a tinge of yellowy orange in the iris. And then wait for them to dry, we're moving on to our eyelids, and so we wanted this puppet to be quite mischievous, like a rogue, a traveller in the forest. He's not always doing the best things. So we went with these kind of eyelids instead of the normal cutesy rounded ones. We want him to be more of a mythical traveller. And finally, for our features roll, we have a 9 for eyebrows, 10 for eyelashes, and 17 for jewellery. So we're going to add a little bit more of that fiery orange colour as eyebrows, and glue them just on top of the eyelids of the puppet, and we're going to have them going out quite far. We love the movement of this fur. And then we wanted black spiky eyelashes out of this foam. Again, trying to stay away from the cutesy on this puppet, and we're just super gluing them onto the very corners of the eyes. And then moving on to jewellery, we have this little pendant that we're going to add to some string and turn it into a necklace for the puppet. And then for an added mythical touch to try and bring it all together, we created this golden hooded cape. And we obviously sewed it all together on the sewing machine, tentatively. And we absolutely love the way this turned out. It just looks really mythical, really whimsical, kind of like a fairy tale forest creature who you probably can't trust. Just sewing on this silver button to the front of the cape. And then in some of this burnt orange fleece, we're going to sew together a tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue, and glue that in place. Just in time for our nearly finished puppet reveal, and here they are. They're looking great so far, really happy with them, but we do have our final chaos dice to roll, of course, which says that we must make them a friend. So this one's always a really fun one to roll, and we're going to sew up a tiny little matching finger puppet in the same icy blue fur, and add the burnt orange eyebrows, you know what I mean. And so here they are together, the finished pair. What do you think? We hope you love them, especially order 1281. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We really hope you love them. This was a lot of fun to make with a couple of new things. It was really fun once we found the inspiration of where we were kind of going to go with it, and we love the cape. I think that just adds something to it that we haven't shown before. And the dice are always pushing us. Again, I never would have put these colours together with this theme. So yeah, thank you for watching, and thank you so much for your patience with Monday's video. I am feeling much better. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. Share this video with someone you know who loves puppets. They wave goodbye to the council and they can't wait to meet their new family. We'll see you on Friday! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1282. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape, and we have a 2 this time for our tiny head. But of course, we need a theme, and so we've rolled our first chaos dice, which says, for the first time, it's a human. So we will keep that in mind throughout the entire build as we get started by cutting out our reticulated foam pattern on the bandsaw. Careful to cut around the bird, which of course we must save for later. And then we make our forbidden honey sandwich with our contact adhesive, which of course looks delicious today. And then when the glue is dry, we press it all together to form the shape. Attach our forbidden ice cream sandwiches to the mouth plate, on which we draw an S for sexy. Glue it all together on our mouth plate fleece, which we then glue into the head of the puppet, ready for our skeleton reveal. The puppet's a little naked, and so we're going to go for our colour scheme, and we have a 4 for pink and a 3 for green. I can already hear the comments on this one. Cosmo and Wanda, you ain't slick. I can hear them, and I don't know why pink and green has been such a popular combo. The dice absolutely love rolling pink and green. We're just going to start with this pink F3 fleece that we've dyed, and we're going to go with that on the head and the arms of the puppet and sew it all together, and the body as well, because we feel like this humanoid puppet really doesn't need much fur. And then we're going to move on to doll jointing the arms onto the body for our first little happy dance, little clappy dance for some reason. And of course, the human shouldn't be naked on this video, so we have this mint green t-shirt that we're going to add. And these two colours go really well together. This looks adorable so far. Obviously we're going to develop more as we roll for our eyes. So we have a 1 for dot eyes. So we're going to attach these little glossy black eyes, black pupils. It can look a bit brutal the way that we attach them, but there it is. Here are the eyes on the puppet, and it's now time to roll for our features, which I think is where we're going to get most of the personality on this puppet. So we have a 1 for teeth, 6 for airbrush, and 13 for hair. So we're going to start with our teeth. Trim it down to size a little bit, so we have this white strip of EVA foam, and we're going to glue that onto the top jaw of the puppet. Just like that, very simplistic. And of course, glue in a little heart-shaped tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. Just like that, very cute. And then we're actually going to add in these sewn little pink ears, because we feel like this puppet needs glasses to go with the human theme, and the glasses need to sit somewhere. And then we're moving on to the hair. Now, all of our wigs are way too big for this puppet head. Like, our tiny head is just way too small. So we actually ended up making a wig out of this lime green fur. Sewing it in place, hairspraying it down, and making sure we have a nice, sensible parting. Then, for the airbrush, we're just going to tape off the teeth and spray on some little rosy cheeks. And then we're going to move on to the defining feature for the theme, and we're going to give this puppet some glasses, which is why we needed the little pink ears from before. And here is, I absolutely love this, here is the nearly finished puppet so far, but of course we have to roll our final chaos dice. Don't you think it's so cute? And it says that we must double or nothing, so we've got to double up an existing feature. So we're going to cut another strip of teeth to go on the bottom row, which we don't always do. Not all of the mouths need it, but the dice wanted it, so we're going to glue that in place. And there is the finished puppet. It is the debut of the human style theme. This is very, very different than anything we've done so far on the series. We made a little wig for this one. It has glasses, it has a shirt, it is absolutely adorable, and we hope you guys love it too, but especially order 1282. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. It was really fun, it pushed us creatively, and we love the finished result. What a little taxpayer! I absolutely love this little dude. And of course, Cosmo and Wanda, you ain't slick, we see you. So thank you for watching this video, we hope you enjoyed it. Share it with someone that you know loves puppets, and they must wave goodbye to the council. They loved their time here, but they can't wait to meet their new family. Thank you for watching, and we will see you on Monday for another new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And we're going to get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape. So today we have a 7 for our birdie head. But of course that's not all, as we need our first chaos dice to give us our theme for today's episode. And we have rolled Cuteness Overload. I don't think we've done a birdie head with a cuteness overload, so that'll be really interesting, and we're going to keep that in mind throughout the entire build. As we start by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, pressing it together when the glue is dry to form the shape, and then we're going to move on to our S for sexy on our mouth plate, which all gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and glued into the puppet's head, ready for our first skeleton reveal. And now it's time to roll for our colour scheme. So we have a 3 for green and a 4 for pink. Again, Cosmo and Wanda are trying everything. Now don't get me wrong, I love pink and green together, but it's so odd that the dice roll it this often. So we're going to get started on our fabric work, cutting and sewing the fleece and the fur together, hand sewing the fleece on the head of the puppet, and then every cuteness overload puppet needs a belly button. So we're just sewing that together on the fleece belly of the puppet and then the arms as well. Sewing that all together on the sewing machine, and then we're going to move on to hand sewing the arm rod pockets into the hands of the puppet before doll jointing it all onto the body for our first slightly chaotic happy dance. Here they go. I don't know why we did this. And here is the reveal so far. So we have some of this really nice olive green fur down the back of the puppet. And now it's time for eyes. We have rolled a 4 for painted eyes, And so to stick on theme and colour scheme, we've gone for this really soft baby pink colour, and we're going to spray that onto some cab eyes. And for a little touch of whimsy, we're going to go with these unicorn rainbow coloured cab eyes. And then we're going to attach some pink eyelids as well to the puppet, and we're also going to glue on some of this black foam definition, which always helps puppets look more cartoony and cute. And then for the cuteness factor, we've also added some eyelashes and of course a heart-shaped tongue. Because why? Every puppet needs a tongue. And now features, we have a 2 for horns, 11 for tail, and 17 for jewellery. So we're going to start with the horns, and we're going to spray them up a very similar colour to the eyes, this nice baby pink. And we wanted them to look like they were sprouting out of the puppet's head, and so we've laid them on top of some like tufts of the green fur, which also helped to tie the colour scheme into the head of the puppet. And then we're going for a long pink fleecy tail, and we're going to doll joint that onto the back, which just looks so cute, and the puppet's giving very much baby dinosaur at the moment. And then we have this little heart gem on a necklace as the jewellery. And here is the nearly finished puppet so far. But we do have our final chaos dice to roll, which says it's time for a wild card. Which of course can mean anything from my little bag of tricks. So I'm just going to shuffle the cards for you. Which is kind of awkward because it's like, how much do you want to see me shuffling these cards? But I also want to show you guys that it's random and I'm not just choosing the card. So here we go. This is what shuffling and putting into a bag looks like. Isn't that new and interesting? But now I'm going to choose the card for today, and it is the Ruin card, which is a -2 to all rolls on the next episode, but it can be avoided if you roll anything above a 12 using a d20. So here we go. I have rolled a 14, which means I avoid the curse. And next episode's rolls are left intact. But here is the finished puppet for today. Absolutely love these colours together. The tail worked really well. This is the great thing about this series, is that we would never think to put like a giant dinosaur tail on a cuteness overload puppet, or even necessarily horns. But we work really hard to try and bring every single design around, no matter what we roll. And I think this one just looks like an adorable watermelon themed baby dinosaur, and I absolutely love it. But let me know what you think. Hopefully you guys love it too. And of course, as always, give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory in the comments down below. Let us know what you think. Let us know if you're enjoying the new Chaos Dice so far. A lot of people were excited to see Cuteness Overload stay, because they're a lot of people's favourite puppets. So we hope you like this one. Don't forget to share it with someone that you know who loves puppets, and they join the council to help decide your fate. They cannot wait to meet their new family and fly off to their new home, and we will see you on Wednesday for another new episode. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one is for you, Order 1287. Thank you so much for trusting us on the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started with our head shape roll, and we have for the first time a 10 for our pixie head shape. Woo 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 woo! But of course we also must roll our chaos dice for our theme this episode, and we have rolled Monsterize It, which is obviously going to be an interesting theme with our little pixie head shape. And we're going to start by cutting our reticulated foam out on the bandsaw. And this is quite a complicated shape, and then we're going to glue it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, which we're then going to press together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And then moving on to our mouth plate, we have an S for sexy, and we're going to add our forbidden ice cream sandwiches mouth plate straps and glue it all together with the black foam, and then glue it inside the lip of the head like this. Here is the little pixie, and it's time for some colours. So we have a 9 for yellow and a 10 for our pride colours, which is very exciting. We have new head shape and new furs to show you today, and I also feel like this yellow goes wonderfully with this rainbow fur that we have. So we're going to cut out all of our fleece parts first and sew them all together, the hands and the arms on the sewing machine, and then the head gets hand sewn, which takes a little bit of time, but it's definitely worth it to hide those seams on the head. And then the body of the puppet is going to be in this gorgeous, vibrant rainbow fur, which I am so excited to finally get to use. We've been rolling for Pride colours all of June. The arms get doll jointed on the body for our first little happy dance, our Pride dance. And here is the colourful reveal. What do you think? I think they're pretty happy, but now it is time for our eyes, and we have rolled a 3 for odd eyes. So we decided to go with 2 very different sized cab eyes, and of course with our head shape name and colour scheme today, we couldn't avoid these pixie cab eyes inside them. So we've gone for one 40mm and one 45mm, and we're going to cover them with eyelids as usual, screw them onto the head, and we wanted these eyes to look slightly mischievous, slightly grumpy to go with the monster theme. And now it is time for our features. So we have a 9 for eyebrows, 1 for teeth, and 6 for airbrush. So, because this is a little monster puppet, we're going to go with some pointy teeth, some little fangs, and we're going to glue them in place just over the bite, like that. And then we have these bushy eyebrows just behind the grumpy eyes in the same rainbow fur. A little love heart pride tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then moving on to airbrush, we wanted some definition around the eyes, and to make them look a little bit darker and draw more attention to the frowny face they're pulling. And here we go. I think the definition really helped. Absolutely love the way that this puppet is looking so far. We basically are in love with any puppet that we can add fangs to, because that's just our style, but this one is looking really, really cute. And they are almost perfectly finished, but we do have our final chaos dice to roll. So here we go, and it says that we must add another colour, which is the strangest time to roll this side of the dice. Even the puppet can't believe that it needs more colours. So we felt the only colour that was really missing from the rainbow fur was a more featured purple. Every other colour was pretty balanced, so we're adding some of this lilac pastel-y colour to the eyebrows. And here we have the finished puppet. So what do you think? We hope you love it, especially order 1287. Thank you again for trusting us in the dice to make you this randomized creation. We are so glad that we got to finally show you the pixie head shape, and we got to play with some of these pride furs for June, and we made this grumpy little mischievous monster pixie. So again, let us know what you think. We really, really hope you enjoyed it. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments below. I can't wait to hear your ideas. Share this video with someone you know loves puppets. And now they must wave goodbye to the council. They had a lot of fun, but they cannot wait to fly off and meet their new family. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you on Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, order 1288. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, we're going to roll for our head shape first, and we have an 11 for our Horus head shape again. And then moving on to our chaos dice, so that we have our theme for this build, which is to animalize it. And even though we've only rolled this 3 times, I feel like this is a lot of people's favourite theme already. So we get started by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive to make our forbidden honey sandwich. And then when that glue is all dry, we press it together to form the shape. Then moving on to our mouth plate, we have an S for something, which we attach to the black fleece of the mouth plate, and also add on our forbidden ice cream sandwiches before gluing it all into the head shape. And here we have our puppet skeleton. You can definitely see how much more complicated this head shape is than some of our other ones, but now for colour scheme, we have a 5 for purple and a 6 for black. So this is the perfect time to use this black and purple fur out of the recent fur delivery that we've got. We've never used it before, but it just looks so luxurious, and we're very excited to see how this puppet turns out. So we're cutting the fur. For most of the puppet this time, there's going to be a lot more fur than fleece on this one, as it is animalize it, and with this head shape we're kind of going for a dog. So the whole of the head, and then we're just shaving it down a little bit, and then just the paws are going to be made out of fleece. The arms are going to be made out of the same fur, and then we have a little belly patch that we're cutting out of the fur that is also going to be fleece. Because, I mean, my dogs, they have little soft bellies. So we're just sewing up the arm rod pockets here, and of course a little belly button, which just looks adorable. And then we're going to move on to jowl joint the arms onto the body for our first little happy dance. And here is the reveal. It's giving very much porcupine at the moment, but just wait and see, it'll all be fine. And now we have to roll for our eyes, and we have a 6 for dealer's choice. So in these videos, because they have to be so short for TikTok, you don't get to see a lot of the time that it takes us to make these decisions. Like, deciding which eyes to use takes a while. We try a lot of different things, but in this instance we went with these little dot eyes. Like, the full builds take 7 hours, so you have to understand there's a lot of thinking, but for our features we have rolled a 17 for jewellery and double 10 for double eyelashes. So before we get started on that, we just wanted to 3D print a bigger dog nose than we normally do, and then we sprayed it glossy so that it looks like a healthy wet dog nose, just gluing that onto the snout, and then of course a tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. I wanted this one to be like a really floppy pink dog tongue. Like, they're panting, they've been for a walk, they're really happy, great time. And also, to help complete the theme of the animal that we're going for, this little doggy needs ears, and so we're just hand sewing them in place. Before we move on to our jewellery, and we decided to get little paw print studs to go into the puppet's ears. And don't worry, this doesn't hurt, they didn't feel a thing, but I just think that looks really cute, and it's another thing we haven't shown on the series before. So this little puppet has earrings, and it's quite a subtle little feature, but I love the way it looks. And then moving on to eyelid. Am I a joke to you, Mother? Is this a joke? Moving on to eyelashes, we have these black foam eyelashes that we're going to glue in place, and we have a set on the top and a set on the bottom. So here they are so far. They're looking very cute, very dog-like, but of course they are not quite finished yet, as we have another chaos dice to roll, which sometimes I feel a little bit sad about because we love the way the puppet looks, and then this adds a little bit of an extra stress, but this one says that we must add an extra feature now. So of course, being a little puppy dog and it has its ears and its long tongue, we decided to go for a little tail, and we doll jointed it in place, which does look really cute and definitely adds a lot to the puppet. So I'm glad that we have that tail added, but here is the finished puppet. What do you guys think? We hope you love it, especially order 1288. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. I really love the colour scheme and the chance to use this black and purple fur, which was first of all perfect for the rolls, and second of all it's really unique and it was a lot of fun to work with. And the chaos prompts were really great for this episode. We love when we get to make animal puppets and kind of bring it all together with the theme and the features. So yeah, we really enjoyed it. We hope you guys did too. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. Share this video with someone that you know who loves puppets. Thanks for watching, thanks for supporting as always, but now they must wave goodbye to the council. They had a lot of fun, but they cannot wait to fly off and meet their new family. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you on Monday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And let's get started today, as always, with our head shape roll, and we have a 3 for our dino head. But of course, we do have our first chaos dice of the day to roll, and it says that this puppet must have a sci-fi theme. So we will be keeping that in mind throughout the entire build, which starts by cutting out the reticulated foam on the bandsaw, drawing funny faces in the foam of course, and then gluing it all together with the contact adhesive so we can have our satisfying forbidden honey sandwich, which we then press together to form the shape when the glue is dry, an S for sci-fi on the mouth plate, which we then glue all together and glue into the mouth of the puppet, ready for our first little skeleton reveal. Here we go. I really love the dino head shape, and now it's time for some colours. Very dramatic exit. We have rolled an 8 for brown and a 9 for yellow. Some of you may be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've done a brown and yellow puppet yet. I'm probably really wrong because we've done a lot already, but we're going to start with this brown F3 fleece. And we're going to cut around some of the patterns, and then we're going to move on to this vibrant yellow fur with like flecks of black. It's kind of tipped black. And we're going to sew together the body on the sewing machine, and then cutting out more parts of the puppet in the brown F3 fleece, like the head and also the hands. The hands and the arms get sewn together on the sewing machine, which is always a very satisfying shot. And then I thought it'd be really cool to show you guys a kind of real-time version, but it's sped up, of me sewing a head. And this is probably one of our more simple heads in terms of the shape. It's not that complicated, it's not like a Horus or a Pixie, but I thought the little stopwatch clock would be a cool way to show you guys the process and how long each one of these takes me. So I'm just sewing up the back of the head, and then I'm pinning it and moving on to the front of the face. Yeah, I just thought it might be interesting for you guys to see the the time going on in the background. It took me just over 36 minutes, and obviously different heads will take different amounts of time. And then we're just double jointing the arms onto the body for our first little dinosaur happy dance, just in time for our colourful reveal. Here they are so far, looking really cool, but a little bit lost without their eyes. So let's fix that, and we have rolled for a 3 for odd eyes. So to match the colour scheme, we're also going to spray these bauble eyes up yellow, and we're going to have 2 very different sizes, which we're then going to glue eyelids onto. And when they're drastically different in size like this, I think it looks really cool. It makes the puppet look like it's squinting, a little bit unhinged sometimes maybe. But here's the reveal, and we just glued on some pupils as well. And they're looking so cute so far, but they definitely need some features. So we have rolled a 2 for horns, 7 for wings, and 8 for spikes and spines. So for the horns and also the spikes and spines, we're just going to mix up this kind of browny, yellowy, beigey colour. And we're going to spray both of them to match. And we just really wanted it to look very natural and very kind of dusty. And while we wait for them to dry, we found this really cool kind of steampunk goggle prop that we thought went with the sci-fi theme but also the dinosaur theme, because we had this vision for him as like a dinosaur time traveler. He's seen the past, he's seen the future, he's trying to save the day, and so we just sewed that in place before moving on to this bright yellow tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And it gave very dinosaur lizard vibes as well, so we thought that was cool. And then moving on to the wings, which we're going to make out of the same yellow fleece as the tongue. And we're just going to sew in some definition on the wings as well, some lines going down, which looked really cool. And then of course we have to conduct our official flap test. They're flapping fine, and so we sewed them onto the arms of the puppet. And then finally, once the horns and spines are dry, we're just going to screw them in place, ready for our nearly finished puppet reveal. They're looking really great, absolutely loving the theme, but of course we do have to listen to our final chaos dice. And it's time to roll it. So what is it going to give us? It says that we must add a colour. This one's always a bit tricky because we never want to add another colour that's going to clash or ruin the puppet. So we mixed up some orange paint and airbrushed some more definition into the yellow fleece, which actually did help a lot, and we're glad that we did that. It helped the puppet look a little bit more finished, but here we go. There they are, this time-travelling sci-fi steampunk dinosaur lizard creature. With wings and horns and goggles and many stories to tell, I can imagine. So help us give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. Thank you so much for watching. Share this video with someone you know who loves puppets, and now they must join the council to help decide your fate. We hope you enjoyed this one, and we will see you on Wednesday. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you on a 1, 2, 9, 1. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always with our head-shaped roll, and we have, for the first time in a while, a 1 for snoz, which is very exciting for us. It's one of our oldest head shapes. Well, it is our oldest head shape, and our first chaos dice of the day says that we must animalize it. So that is our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build, but it's a very cool theme because the original snoz head pattern is actually based on an animal. It's based on the elephant shrew. So that's where we're going to be going with it today as we make our forbidden honey sandwich. Press the foam together when the glue is dry. And once we've formed the shape, we move on to our forbidden ice cream sandwiches and our S for snoz on the mouth plate, which then all gets glued together and glued into the head for our first little skeleton reveal. Looking very cute, but it's time for some colours, and we have a 5 for purple and a 7 for orange. Genuinely very, very excited about this colour combo because one of our original inspirations for the snoz head pattern was this elephant shrew, and there is this vibrant orange fur with like blue purpley tones on it as well. There's like a specific picture we worked from, so that's really cool. So we're going to sew together the F3 fleece that we've dyed in orange, and we're going to sew it on the head together on the sewing machine before moving on to put some stuffing into the nose of the puppet, which I then hand sew that seam shut. Just like that. And then we're going to be moving on to the purple for this puppet, so I'm going to be cutting out the body in this fur, sewing it together on the sewing machine, double jointing the arms onto the body so we can have our first little happy dance. And now for the reveal. They're looking very cute, but they definitely need some eyes. And then the design will start to come together. So we have rolled a 1 for dot eyes. Nice and simple and cartoony and animalistic. So here is the picture of the elephant shrew that we originally worked from. And you can see the bright orange fur going into the red and the blue and the purple on the body. So it's just a really cool full circle moment. But now we're moving on to the eyes and we're gluing in these large 20mm dot eyes. We wanted them to be very big and very expressive, and then we're just gluing on some eyelids from the same F3 fleece, and then we're just going to screw them into place on the puppet's head, ready for our eye reveal. And they just look so cute right now. I love the bigger dots on them. But of course, it is time for this puppet to have some features. So here we go. We're going to roll, and we have a 5 for facial hair, 9 for eyebrows, and 20 for dealer's choice. So for dealer's choice, we are going to add some ears to this puppet. We're just cutting them out in the reticulated foam, and then we're going to cover them with the orange fleece. And we always feel like a snoz head needs big cartoony ears like this, so we're just pinning them in place. Very cute, and then we're going to hand sew these onto the head. And this is kind of weird sometimes because I feel like the puppet is just staring into my soul whilst it has surgery. And then for eyebrows, we're going to use the vibrant purple fur, and we're just going to glue that around the eyes. And then we're going to add a black strip of foam just to line the eyes and to help them look even more awake and cartoony. And then for facial hair, we're going to add these little furry sideburns in bright orange fur to help it blend into the fur of the body. And then we have a pink tongue because every puppet needs a tongue. And pink goes really well with the animal puppets that we make. So we're just going to glue that in place, hand sew the sideburns on, and now we're ready for our final puppet reveal. Well, nearly finished puppet reveal. We still need our final chaos dice, but here they are so far. Obviously, I love the snoz head shape. It's very cute, very sentimental, and this colour scheme is just working perfectly. But it's time for our final chaos dice, and so we have rolled that we must make them a friend. So this one I feel like definitely needs a friend. They seem very friendly, very cute and cuddly. So we're going to quickly sew one up using the purple fur. And then we're going to add a few little touches of other colour and features and eyes to help bring them to life. And here we go. Here is the finished puppet with their friend based on an elephant shrew. What do you think? We hope you love them, especially Order 1291. Thank you again for trusting us to make you this puppet. It was a lot of fun to make, and the dice definitely knew what they were doing with this one. So we're really, really happy, and we hope you are as well. Give them a name and an unnecessarily detailed backstory down in the comments. They cannot wait to fly off to their new home with their little friend and meet their new family. So thank you for watching, and thank you for supporting us. As always, don't forget to share this video with someone that you know who loves puppets. And we thought this would be a perfect episode to add PT the prototype to the council, as he is the original, the first snoz, and he's been through a lot over the years. He's been butchered and pulled apart and reused and everything. So he has served his time, but now our new puppet must wave goodbye to the council, and yeah, they can't wait to fly off and meet their new family. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1292. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape, and we have another 1 for snoz again. So snozes are like buses, apparently. You wait ages for them and then 2 come at once, but our chaos dice says that it must be enchanted and mythical. So we're going to keep that in mind throughout the entire build, as always, by cutting out our reticulated foam, and our bandsaw is broken, so it's all being hand cut again. Yay! And then we're just gluing it all together for our forbidden honey sandwich, which we then press together once the glue is dry to start to form the shape of the skull. And then we move on to the mouth plate, and of course we have another S for snoz. And then of course the mouth plate is all glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches and glued onto the black fleece and then glued into the head for the skeleton reveal. How many times can you say glue? And now for our colours, we have a 2 for blue and a 3 for green. So we're still respecting PT the prototype right here, as he is blue and green. Very weird dice rolls this week. And we're just going to start by cutting out the blue fleece on the head and sewing it together on the sewing machine. And then the same blue fleece for the hands and the arms as well. And then this really lovely olive green fur for the body of the puppet, which I'm just going to cut out, and then we're going to sew together the hands and the arms on the sewing machine in this always very satisfying long shot, as well as the green fur for the body. And then I'm just going to move on to hand sewing the arm rod pockets. And I should have put a timer on for this one. I feel like the stopwatch would have looked really cool with this shot. But once those are all sewn up, the arms get double jointed onto the body for our first little snoz happy dance. Just in time for our puppet reveal. Loving these colours together, but it is time for our eyes, and we have rolled a 3 for odd eyes. So for this character, we really wanted to have the eyes a little bit further apart, and it's hard to achieve on the snoz head, but we gave it a go, and we also have 2 odd coloured eyes. So we have a blue and a green pupil. And we actually ended up making this 3D printed sort of mount for the eyes that could be put in the head so that the eyes can be either side of the nose rather than sitting on top. And the pupils could be forward facing like that. And now for our features roll, we have 4 for ears, 16 for accessories, and 9 for eyebrows. So first of all, this mythical creature is definitely getting a staff. And so we have this 3D printed head that we're going to spray up gold and epoxy onto the staff. And then whilst that dries, we're going to move on to the ears. And this time we're doing smaller, pointier ears with no foam filling inside them. So they look a little bit less cartoony and more kind of foresty creature, and we're just hand sewing them in place. And then moving on to the eyebrows, we really wanted this creature to have like draping eyebrows coming all the way down the face. And so we're gluing on lots of this green fur. And then attaching some bells and the moss and a little bit of twine onto the staff as well for a little extra detail. And then this forest green fleece tongue, which we're going to glue into place because every puppet needs a tongue. Just like that, and I think the colour looks really great. And then some of the same material on the wrist as the staff. And then finally, we were actually sent in some jewellery to use on the show by a viewer. So thank you so much, Hannah Willow. They handmade this jewellery and it's absolutely beautiful and it goes perfectly with our mythical forest creature, I think. So thank you so much again, we really appreciate it and it looks great on the puppet. Here is the nearly finished puppet reveal. They look so cool and so different than anything we've created with this head shape before, so I love that. But it is time to roll our final chaos dice, and it says that we must add another colour. So I will agree with the dice on this one, we definitely did need an extra colour. So we're tying in some of the bright orange from the necklace and we're adding some bright orange fur, a little tuft onto the top of the puppet. Looks like a little flame and it goes really well with the earthy tones of the green, really helps bring it out. So I absolutely love this puppet and we hope you do too, especially order 1292. Thank you so much again for trusting us on the dice to make you this randomised puppet. This one was a lot of fun to create, and thank you again, Hannah Willow, for creating this beautiful piece of jewellery for us. And for the puppet, they very much appreciate it, and now they cannot wait to fly off to their new home and meet their new family. Thank you for watching, thank you for supporting, give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. I feel like this puppet definitely has a very detailed backstory. I feel like this puppet would make you soup, like Yoda, like he would make you like porridge in a forest. What do you think? Again, let us know down below. And now, of course, it is time for them to wave goodbye to the council. They had a lot of fun, but they can't wait to meet their new family. So yeah, we will see you guys on Monday for another council member. Bye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And without further ado, let's get started by rolling for our head shape, and we have a 7 for our birdie head, but we can't do anything until we know what our theme is, so our first chaos dice says that our birdie is going to have a cuteness overload. So that is our theme for today, and we'll be keeping it in mind throughout the entire build, which as always starts by cutting out the reticulated foam by hand. Yes, our bandsaw is still broken, unfortunately, so we are really going through it. Send good vibes. And then we have our forbidden honey sandwich with our contact adhesive and an S for silly on the mouth plate. Press all the foam together when the glue is dry to form our shape. And then the mouth plate goes into the head, ready for our first little skeleton reveal. Looking very cute, looking like a birdie, yes? But now it's time for our colours. Okay, they're hopping off, and we have rolled a 2 for blue and a 10 for pride, which means we get another chance to use this glorious rainbow fur. Happy Pride to everyone, by the way. We're just getting started by cutting out the little blue fleece hands, and then the glorious rainbow fur for the body of the puppet. We're going to sew the hands together on the sewing machine, and then we're going to hand sew them onto these furry, fluffy arms, which just look so adorable. We have a cuteness overload already. I love it. And then once they're done, they are, of course, doll jointed onto the body for our first little happy dance. I wonder how many people say that with me, because you know when it's coming. And here we are, the furry, colourful puppet reveal. Absolutely love this pride fur. They're rocking out, they're loving it too, and it is now time for our eyes, and we have rolled a 4 for painted eyes, because colour needs more colour, and so I've gone for these magenta pupils, and we're just going to spray up some cab eyes in this beautiful baby blue to match the fleece. Gonna glue in the pupils, and I thought that these would be just a really nice pop of colour on the face. Some fluffy, cute eyelids. We're going to screw the eyes into place, just like that on the puppet's head. And now it is time for our features. We have a 4 for ears, 12 for prop, and 1 for teeth. So we wanted these really cute little rounded teeth for the puppet, which we're going to glue in place. And then we're going to cut out the foam for the ears. And of course, cover them in even more rainbow fur. We wanted them to be kind of like little teddy bear ears for the cuteness factor, I think. And they look adorable, and it is now time to hand sew them in place. Which is really difficult when you're trying to hand sew through glue that's on the head. And then for the prop, we thought this puppet was so cute and reminded us of ice cream colours that it needed a little ice cream cone to hold. Which I just love so much. This puppet is adorable, and it is almost finished, but we do have our final chaos dice, which rudely went off camera, but it does say double or nothing. So do you know what this puppet gets? Do you know what this puppet gets? It gets 2 ice cream cones, 1 for each hand, and we absolutely, look how happy they are. They are doing their happy little ice cream dance. They're living their best life, and I'm just so happy. They're going to make the best of a bad situation. They're just going to finish the one that they have. Okay, it's okay. They got it back. They got it back. This voiceover has been chaotic today. I'm really sorry. Okay, that is the finished puppet. They look very happy. I'm very happy. We hope you guys love it too. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. We really hope you enjoyed watching this video. Thank you so much for watching it. Thank you for supporting us. This puppet is going to be available as a council member tonight if you would like to take them home with their little ice cream cones and their lovable rainbow fur. They join the council to help judge your fate until they can find their new home, and we will see you guys on Wednesday. I will have calmed down. Thanks. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1296. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, with our first roll for head shape, and we have a 4 for our tall head. But of course, we now must roll our first chaos dice to get our theme for this puppet, and it says, it's a human. And that's going to be an interesting head shape to try and make a human from, but we're going to start as always by cutting out the reticulated foam on the fixed bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich and pressing it together when the glue is dry. An S for sticky on the mouth plate, which we then glue together with the black fleece and glue into the head for our first puppet skeleton reveal. Looking not so humanoid at the moment, but here we go, rolling for our colours, and we have a 6 for black and a 9 for yellow. So it turns out we're making a puppet in the Simpsons universe, which isn't a bad thing, and so we're just going to cut the foam down for a place for the eyes to sit later to help them look more human, and then we're going to start by cutting out our yellow fleece on the body and the hands of the puppet, sewing it together on the sewing machine, and then hand sewing the fleece on the head of the puppet. Long, satisfying arm sewing shot, I love that. Hopefully starting to look a little bit more human, and then we're going to doll joint the arms onto the body of the puppet for our first little Simpsons happy dance. And then moving on to the black for the puppet, we have this black fur which we're going to hand sew onto the puppet's head as like a little comb back of hair. But then to make it extra special and a little bit of personality, we're actually going to also glue on and sew on a little man bun, which is again something we haven't done on the series, and I think it looks really cool with this head shape. Love the little man bun, love that so much. It's one of my favourite things that we've done so far. And now moving on to our eyes, we have a 5 for pro eyes. So this human's a little bit tired. This human has some bloodshot eyes. They've been working hard. We're going to be taking these pro eyes out of the mould, and then we're going to be buffing them up so that they're nice and shiny and get all of the imperfections out. And then we're going to be gluing on some eyelids. We're offering him some coffee while he waits. And then we're going to sink the eyes down into those holes that we made in the foam earlier. And here he is so far, looking very sleepy, very overworked. And now it's time to roll for our features. We have a 14 for lips, 4 for ears, and 20 for dealer's choice. So those are great for a human, and we're going to start by actually putting a shirt on the puppet just to help go with the theme, and then we're going to add a little EVA foam carved nose because we felt the head shape definitely needed a nose. And then the fiddly process of hand sewing on this tiny nose onto the face, it took a lot longer than we're able to show here, but we just really wanted to make sure that it looked attached and blended to the face. And then moving on to the lips, I'm actually going to be colouring them in and blending them with this little stencil to look nice and human-y, and then we're going to add these little fleece sewn ears, and again they get hand sewn on for aesthetics but also for security so that they're nice and strong. And then the puppet of course needed a little tongue because every puppet needs a tongue, and here we have the nearly finished puppet so far. It's giving Mo Sislak right now, it really is. It's giving, does anybody have Amanda hug and kiss? But of course, we're not quite finished yet. We have our final chaos dice for the episode, which tells us that we must add an extra feature now. So just to finish off the puppet, we're going to add a little bit more of the black fur onto the chin of the puppet for a little bit of a beard. Looks absolutely adorable, very hipster vibes. It goes with the man bun, and here is the finished puppet. So it definitely is on theme, it's definitely very human, absolutely love the colour scheme. It's very Simpsons to me, which is one of my favourite shows of all time. We love it, so we hope you love it too, especially Order 1296. Thank you again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomised puppet. And again, this is the beauty of this show. This is definitely not a puppet we have ever created before, even with the same colour scheme, even with the same head shape. The roles really force something unique every single episode, and that's the fun of the show. So we hope you love it. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. I'm sure they've been through a lot, and we hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. They must now wave goodbye to the council. They can't wait to meet their new family and maybe finally get a nap, a well-deserved nap. We will see you on Friday. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And this one's for you, Order 1297. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape, and we have an 8 for our round head today. But of course, we also must consult our first chaos dice of the day, which says that we must monsterize it. So that is our theme, and we'll be keeping in mind throughout the entire build, which starts as always by cutting out the reticulated foam, thankfully on the fixed bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive for our forbidden honey sandwich, pressing it all together. Yes, when the glue is dry, we draw our S for on the mouth plate, which then gets glued together with the forbidden ice cream sandwiches onto the black fleece, glued into the puppet's head, ready for our first little skeleton reveal. It's too cute to be a monster so far, but we're going to roll for our colour scheme, and we have a 6 for black and a 9 for yellow. And we definitely have the perfect fur colour for this. So most of this puppet is going to be made out of this vibrant yellow black tipped fur, which is just one of our favourites that we bought recently, and we're going to sew together the body on the sewing machine, as well as cutting out the arms for the puppet in the same fur, and then we're going to draw around these little fleecy hands. I don't know why I said Hans. And it takes a little bit longer to do it this way, but I love the effect of fleece hands in a big, fluffy, furry arm, which we then doll joint onto the puppet's body for our first little happy dance and puppet reveal. Absolutely loving this fur with this head shape, and now it's time to roll for our eyes, and we have a 1 for cab eyes. And we forgot to roll for cab iris, so we're doing it later, and we have a 15 for our mountain cab eyes, which kind of helps us with our theme. We're leaning more towards like an abominable snowman with this head shape and this fur. So mountain is kind of the perfect cab colour for this character. And we didn't want to go with eyelids on this puppet because we want it to look really like this, really starey, really awake, unhinged in an endearing way. And now for our features roll, we have a 9 for eyebrows, a 20 for dealer's choice, and a 19 for roll again. That goes with the unhinged theme. And on our second roll, we have a 20 for dealer's choice, a 2 for horns, and an 11 for tail, which all go really well with our unhinged mountain man vibes. So for our first dealer's choice, we're putting in some pointy teeth, and then for our eyebrows, we have some of this black fur, which we're gluing just above the eyes. And then we're going to sand up some little horns, which we are then going to spray jet glossy black. And then for something a little bit different, we've done a lot of sort of like long tube tails on our puppet, so we actually wanted to sew on this little fluffy rabbit tail instead. And then for our second dealer's choice, this little puppet needed a prop, and so we have this little slushy cup, which we thought was cute. Ice, mountain man, don't eat the yellow snow vibes. And then a little cute pink fleece tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And they're currently treading the line between adorable and unhinged perfectly. I'm really loving it. The colour scheme is great. It looks like he's wearing little gloves to hold his cold little slushie, and I just think he is absolutely adorable, and the features worked really well. But of course, he's not quite finished yet, because our final chaos dice says we must pull a wild card, which is always very, very exciting, but also nerve-wracking for me, because I get stage fright, apparently, every time I have to shuffle the cards on camera. I can do all other things in this video, sewing, gluing, cutting, everything, but as soon as it comes to shuffling, I start to get nervous and clumsy, apparently. But here we go, I am shuffling the cards, and then I'm going to put them back into the little bag. No, apparently I'm still shuffling. Back into the little bag to ceremoniously just swing them around a little bit. Why am I so aggressive with them? And then we can finally pick our wild card for this episode, which is the Moon card. And it says you are granted the ability to cast the Wish spell, valid for 3 rolls in 1 episode. So we're going to keep that card to the side, and we're going to use it in a future episode, so keep your eyes peeled, it's very exciting. But here is our final finished puppet reveal. What do you think? We are absolutely in love with this one. I think it is monstery, but it is so, so cute. It is a monster that you could trust with your drink, hands down. We hope you love it too, especially order 1297. Thank you so much again for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. They cannot wait to meet you. And we can't wait to hear what you guys think, so give them some name suggestions for the new owner in the comments down below, as well as a detailed backstory. There's his little bunny rabbit tail. This one was so much fun to create, and it's definitely one that we wouldn't have created without the dice. So thank you again for watching, thank you for supporting, and they wave goodbye to the council. They can't wait to fly off to their new home, and we will see you on Monday with a wild card. Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. And let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape, and we have a 10 for the pixie again. And last time we rolled for our pixie head shape, the chaos theme was monsterize it, I believe, but this time we have a cuteness overload, which will definitely work really well with the pixie head shape. And we're going to start, as always, by cutting out our articulated foam on the fixed bandsaw. And then, of course, we glue it all together with the contact adhesive, ready for our forbidden honey sandwich, which always looks delicious, of course. And then we move on to the mouth plate, which gets glued together with the black fleece and the forbidden ice cream sandwiches. And then by the time we've done all of that, the foam is ready to be pressed together once the glue is dry to form the shape. And then the mouth plate gets glued into the puppet's head, ready for our first skeleton reveal, which is looking adorable already. But now we need our colour scheme, and we have rolled a 4 for pink and a 5 for purple. The dice are dicing. Those are perfect colours, and we actually have the perfect fur, which kind of looks like candy floss with this pink and purple. And the backing of the fur looks even more impressive. So we're going to start by cutting out the body in this fur, sewing it together on the sewing machine. And then we're going to draw around our patterns for the head and the arms of the puppet in this F3 pink fleece, which is such a beautiful colour that is kind of just between pink and purple anyway, so it works really well for this colour scheme. And then we're going to sew the hands and the arms on the sewing machine, and then move on to the head by hand sewing it together. And I'm just pinning it and trimming off all the excess before I do the seam. And then, of course, the arms are doll jointed onto the puppet's buddy for our first little happy dance. And transition into our colourful reveal. It is giving candy floss pixie right now, and I love it. But now for our eyes, and we get a redemption. That's actually 2 for Cabs this time. So we're going to roll for our iris, and we have an 11 for Poppy, which is definitely a colour I wouldn't have gone to first for this kind of pastel-y candy floss puppet, but we're going with it. It's this gorgeous bright red, and we're going to glue those into some 40mm cab eyes. And then we're going to add some little fleecy eyelids, glue them in place, and then we're going to screw the eyes into place on the puppet, which does not hurt the puppet, I swear. And here is the eye reveal, looking adorable so far. The puppet is nearly finished. We now need to do our features roll, and we have a 17 for jewellery, a 3 for nose, and a 20 for dealer's choice. So we're going to start by adding this little fleecy button nose, which is just the cutest nose that we could have imagined, and then we're going to glue that in place and move on to the little heart-shaped red tongue, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then for dealer's choice, we're actually going to sew up these little furry pom-pom ears, because they're the cutest ears we could think of, and hand sew them in place on the puppet's head. And you can really see the puppets start to come together when these are added. They look absolutely adorable. And in our reveal for jewellery, we have this beautiful pink glittery ring and matching tiara, because we feel like this puppet is a candy floss princess, so they definitely needed some jewellery that represented that. But for our final chaos dice, the puppet is almost finished. We must make them a friend, which is going to be even more adorable, a little mini version of this puppet. So we've chosen some of the pink and purple fur, and we've added some eyes to a little finger puppet, and added some matching jewellery as well, so that they go with the theme and they're part of the royal family. So here is the completely finished puppet. What do you think? We hope you love it. We absolutely loved making this one. They are so adorable, and we love their friend as well. All of the rolls went really well on this episode. We didn't feel like changing much at all, so we didn't actually use our wild card from last episode, the moon card. So that one can roll forward into the following episodes until we feel like we need to use it. So, thank you for watching. They must now join the council to help judge your fate with their little friend. And I know that a lot of you prefer the cuteness overload ones, so we hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you for watching, thank you for supporting, and we will see you on Wednesday for the penultimate episode of Season 1. We can't wait to show you guys, and we'll see you then! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, the series inspired by Roll for Sandwich, where we let these dice design our next project. This is episode 64, the penultimate episode of season 1, and this one is for you, order 1300. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started, as always, by rolling for our head shape. And we have a 5 for our bimble head shape, one of my favorites. But of course, we need our first chaos dice of the day to tell us our theme, and it says that it's going to be enchanted and mythical. So we're going to keep that in mind throughout our entire build, which starts, as always, by cutting out the reticulated foam on the bandsaw, which is working at the moment, thankfully, and then we move on to gluing it all together with our contact adhesive to make our forbidden honey sandwich. We wait about 5 minutes for that all to dry, and then we press it together to form the shape of the puppet. And then we glue our wooden mouth plate onto the black foam of the inside of the mouth with our forbidden ice cream sandwiches, and then that all gets glued into the head, ready for our skeleton reveal. And the bimble head at this point always looks so cute, but now for our colours, we have a 5 for purple and a 2 for blue. And I'm losing track at this point, but is this a new colour combination? I don't think we've had purple and blue before. I may be very, very wrong. But we're going to sew together this lovely midnight blue on the body, and then we're going to add this purple fleece onto the head, which we're then going to hand sew in place. And then using the same fleece on the hands and the arms of the puppet, which then gets sewn together in one beautiful long shot. And then the arms get doll jointed onto the body, ready for our first little happy dance. And we've also added some of the midnight blue fur from the bridge of the Bimble's nose all the way down the back of its head, blending into the body, and it looks adorable. But now for our eyes, and we have a 2 for cab eyes, which of course means that we need to roll for our iris, and we have rolled a 12 for indigo, which I cannot tell you how perfect that roll is. This iris is a perfect blend of purple and that kind of midnight blue. It literally looks like it was put together from the 2 colours that we have on the puppet's body so far. This is a perfect cab roll. The dice are dicing. But we really wanted this puppet to look sleepy, and so we've added some really droopy eyelids just for a kind of extra mythical cuteness look. Maybe we're projecting because we're exhausted, who knows? But we added the eyes onto the bridge of the nose where the fur starts. Oh, the puppet's yawning, they're very tired. And we think it looks really great. But now moving on to our features roll slowly. And we have a 12 for props, 7 for wings, and 4 for ears. So with our mythical theme, we have the perfect idea for the wings and props, but we'll save that for later. So we're moving on to these little fleecy ears, which I've pinched together, and I'm going to sew onto the puppet's head right behind the ears. Very woodland creature and very cute at the moment, but once those are sewn in place, we're moving on to the tongue, and we have this F3 fleece, which matches the iris colour nearly perfectly. Because every puppet needs a tongue, and it's a good blend of the purple and blue. And now for our final reveal, the wings of this puppet. We managed to find these adorable fairy wings that matched the fleece colour nearly perfectly. And then for the prop, this mythical creature has this golden wand as well. And I feel like they are harmless, but you also don't want to cross them because they can cast spells on you, and they're very tired. So here is the finished puppet. Now, unfortunately, matching with the theme of this sleepy woodland creature, we were very tired and we actually forgot to roll the final chaos dice roll. I have no idea how we did that. I am so sorry. So this is the finished puppet, but don't worry, the owner of this puppet will be receiving a friend in the parcel with them, as we forgot to roll. We're going to make them a friend. We're going to attach a little gerbil. Sorry about that again, but we are very burnt out after making 64 puppets in a short period of time. So thank you so much for trusting us and the dice to make you this randomized puppet. We hope you love it. Give them a name and a detailed backstory in the comments down below. Our moon card rolls forward to episode 65 on Friday, which is the final episode of season 1. I can't even believe it. Thank you so much for watching and supporting, and we'll see you then. Goodbye! Welcome back to Roll for Puppet, episode 65, and the final episode of season 1, where we let these dice design our next project. Today is obviously a very, very special episode, and so we have Petey the prototype here with us to help us introduce it. Our first ever design with the Snozzlepuss, a very sentimental puppet for us, and so here we go. This one is for you, order 1301. Thank you so much for trusting us and the dice for the final time this season to make you a randomized puppet. We can't wait to show you, and let's get started. As always, by rolling for our head shape, and we have a 9 for our Gilbert head shape. But our moon card has rolled over, and now is as good a time as any to use it. So our first change on the dice roll is changing to a 1 for our Snoz. And of course we have our first chaos dice roll of the day, which says cuteness overload. So that is our theme for today. We'll be keeping in mind throughout the entire build, which starts as always by cutting out our reticulated foam on the bandsaw, gluing it all together with the contact adhesive to make our final forbidden honey sandwich, which we press together when the glue is dry to form the shape. And then moving on to the mouth plate, we glue into the head of the puppet with our forbidden ice cream sandwiches and black fleece to get ready for our first puppet skeleton reveal. We started this show with a Snoz, we started our business with a Snoz, so it's a good way to end it too. And now for our colour scheme roll, we have a 9 for yellow and a 10 for roll again. And our second roll, we have 2 2s for 2 blues. But with our cuteness theme and with yellow, we want to change that. So using our moon card, we are swapping the blues for pinks, which we feel will go really well with the yellow and the cuteness. So starting with this yellow fur, we're going to cut out the body of the puppet and of course sew it together on the sewing machine. And then with this fuchsia pink F3 fleece, we're going to cut out the head of the snoz, sew it together, and then using the same fleece, we're going to cut out the arms and the hands of the snoz as well. And then moving on to the nose of the snoz, of course, it needs some stuffing to give it that iconic elephant shrew design that we made all those years ago. Can you tell I'm feeling all the feels right now? And then the arms get doll jointed onto the puppet's body for our final happy dance and final colourful reveal of season 1. So here they are so far, absolutely loving this colour scheme together. They look like starbursts. And that is a very happy puppet exit. And now moving on to our eyes, we have rolled a 6 for dealer's choice. So the dice are really honouring us today. So we have these brand new forward-facing dot eyes that we're going to use, as the top of the snoz's head can sometimes be hard to find the focus. So we developed these new eyes. And for simple cuteness, we decided to go for these dots, and they look adorable. And now, very happy exit, we're moving on to features. We have an 11 for tail, 1 for teeth, and 18 for extra arms. And this cute, adorable final snoz does not need extra arms, so we're swapping that out for 4 for ears, and using our final wish on the moon card. This puppet definitely needed ears, but we're going to start with the little fleecy tail, which we're going to stuff in the same way that we did the nose, and then we're going to doll joint and hand sew that onto the puppet's body. And then of course, a little heart-shaped tongue glued into the puppet's head, because every puppet needs a tongue. And then moving on to teeth, the cutest teeth that we made this season that everyone enjoyed so much were these tiny little carved EVA teethies. They were definitely a firm favourite for everyone, so we decided that this little cute puppet needed teethies too. And then finally for ears, we're going to have some fleecy pink ears, which we're going to sew together on the sewing machine, and then we're going to pinch them and hand sew them onto the head in quite a big floppy style, different than we normally do our snoz ears, but we just wanted them to look extra cute. And here we have our nearly finished Snozzlepuss puppet. With its tail and its teethies and its floppy ears and vibrant colours, this is a really, really fun way for us to end the series. I'm super glad that we saved the moon card for this, because it's a way to honour Larry and a way to honour Petey the prototype. But of course, we have our final season 1 chaos dice roll, and it says that we must add an extra feature now. So this puppet definitely needed some cuteness overload accessories, and so we're tying some of this baby pink ribbon on the ears of the puppet in little bows, ready for our final reveal. And here we have our finished final puppet of season 1. How many more times can I say that? We honestly cannot believe that you guys have enjoyed the series and supported us as much as you have, and literally changed our lives. We hope you enjoyed this puppet. We very much enjoyed making it. I hope you don't mind that there were so many moon card changes. Thank you for trusting us, Order 1301, to make you this randomized puppet. We now have so much work to do over the next couple weeks to get ready for season 2, but don't worry, on the 21st of July there's going to be a very, very exciting giveaway announcement video, and we're going to be showing lots of behind the scenes of us building a brand new set, new head shapes, and the lore for season 2, so you have a lot to look forward to. Just know we are going to be absolutely working our hardest to bring you the best that we can for season 2. Thank you so much for watching, and for the final time, they wave goodbye to the council. Don't worry, new council members are coming too. They had a lot of fun, we had a lot of fun, we hope that you did too, and this was a very exciting but sad episode to make. And we will see you on the 28th of July for season 2 of Roll for Puppet, The Lore. We cannot wait to show you, and we'll see you soon. Bye!